I know nothing. I know Kristen and I are going to be here.
Come back to the meeting. So that was supposed to be the meeting right here? No.
Are you ready? Are you ready? The time is now 5 o'clock, and I call this Finance Committee meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Al-Alamin.
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jared.
Present.
We have 4 members present.
We have 4 members present. Since we need 5 for a quorum, we will stand in recess until we receive that.
That's what we want to say. Treat people like the Flint we don't got. Start black lives matter. And the woman with the money, Miss Priest, she jumped on the bottom of the night. You know where to sit in. And keep Green sitting over there. On the side, ready to.
Madam Secretary, we do have a quorum.
She mad, she coming up. She done made the war.
Calling this meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Al-Alamin. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer's not in. Mr. Jared.
Present.
We have 5 members.
We have 5 members present. Reading of disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10. Disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes or additions? Hearing none, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Madam Secretary, who is our first public speaker?
First public speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue on the north side of where Graceline Cemetery. And for the record, Madam Secretary, the other day, we was over in the Dome talking about the ARPA funds, and Chief Green was talking about he needs some more money to hire some more popo. And it went so smoothly. And then the next one was the fire chief. And he come in there and we got his money so smoothly, but he wanted Chief Green to stay in there with him. And then Miss Wiggins came in and automatic, she went, we the people want you to do the same thing you done for Chief Green and Chief Wiggins about the Main Center over at Civic Park. I think that's over on DuPont. You know, we want our money or else you're going to get dealt with. No. The people's, this has become spiritual now. I had a doctor appointment today on the night, and it happened to be the doctor, but glasses. The nurse said, "Don't go out there in the sun without wearing these sunglasses, sir." So, but the doctor said, "How you get? What's with your eyes, sir?" I said, "I heard 2000. The woman tried to put my eye, she tried to put it out with a hanger, but they said that's the address the roof fell in." And then a Mitchell dude, where that Mitchell fella? I said, "That's me." And then I found out the people's on the bus was smoked, and they say got burned up in the house with them slum landlords. I see the act of God is messing up these people's in Flint because y'all messing up the ARPA money. And you don't want to talk about that when the act of God get on you. Only people talking up is Madam Burns over there. Like she talked up and Miss Priestley tried to jump on her in front of Chief Green, think he gonna take care of you. You ain't nothing but a police gang trying to get away with the money in the mayor downstairs voting. Oh, Tarzan came in and anyway, like the night and then like I say, I'm over there. A dude put me out. Talking about, "You don't want that dark dude on my porch." The girl was paying $1,200 a month, and I found that he lived in Flushing, and it was wrong. And that's where top ARPA money. Somebody live in Flushing don't supposed to be in Flint, and nobody want to talk about it. He took all the pipes apart to try to put them all together, and the houses. Somebody ought to do the exorcism on that house. That church down the street on the corner, Royal Priesthood, but because. And my friend done gone to glory now, Shaw Shepherd, but stay tuned, America. We gonna get our money or else.
Next public speaker.
Next public speaker is Derell Brown.
Good evening, Derell Brown, Sedmore City Council candidate. All right, I got a few things I want to talk about. One of them being the body cams. So there's been a lot of concerns about the body cams. We really need to hear from Sheriff Swanson. That's one of the things. I know a part of being a council person, we hold all the departments accountable for what they do or what they don't do. So it's kind of weird for him to make a decision about no cameras, no body cams. I mean, if we're going to talk transparency, what happened if somebody was to get hurt or somebody was to get killed? How would we be able to hold them accountable for the things that they've done? It would make no sense. And then it's like at a time like this, a lot of people are wondering, like, especially with someone dying inside of the Flint City jail, why now? And it's almost like they would have to know that there would be some pushback, that people would feel some type of way about that. So why now? That's really concerning. So here's another thing, because it's been really, really heavy on a lot of us, is the fire. The fire and people dying, you know, it's a lot. It's emotional. A lot of us are hurt about it, but let's be real about this. A lot of this wouldn't happen if they were to be able to have affordable housing, if they had somewhere to go, somewhere to lay their heads at, and they're just trying to get out of the cold. And then there's a fire and people die. Rent is going up. You know, it's hard for people to own houses. There's no programs that's really out there that's going to be able to help somebody to actually own a house. Taxes is going up. People are getting taxed out their house. There needs to be a change in that, a real pushback. And I, for one, I'm going to be somebody who's going to stand up no matter what happens to push for those things. I don't care what the situation is, because we do got the resolution, what is it, 260073, and it's all these millions of dollars coming through and nothing's not happening. All this money is hitting the streets. Let's get them out the streets. Let's put something in order to get them out the streets. I mean, let's go after the slumlords, the ones that's up there raising the rent higher than it should be, though, too. When people make these complaints, let's do something about it, but work as a team. It's 9 of you guys. It's 9 of you. That's enough to make something happen. Because if I had 8 people with me, we'd be rocking City of Flint all the time if we had the type of power you guys got right now. It's each and every single one of you. And then the departments, let's hold them accountable. No matter what happens, let's hold them accountable. It don't matter what it looks like. We can do this. We can do this. I mean, I come under fire myself, even being a candidate, but I'm going to stand 10 toes down for the people of Flint. And I know you guys have a heart too, but don't let that divide y'all. Come together and then come up with something and vote for great things, especially while y'all in office. Y'all have that power. Let's make it happen.
Hey. Dr. Brown, what's this happening?
Next public speaker is Maryanne Jameson.
Good afternoon. I'm here today to speak again about my property that is still not finished. And I understand that Michael came down here a couple weeks ago, and he said my garage was a shed. Well, you can't fit a car in a shed. This way? Right here? Oh, well, you cannot fit a car in a shed. And yeah, it was old, but I've been in that house about 40 years, you know, trying to get things fixed here and there. If the garage was new, I would need repair and, you know, the lead out of it. But anyway, there's a mess in my backyard. All the debris was not picked up. You know, I sent pictures to someone, got pictures of how it is. There's lead all in my backyard, I'm sure, from that debris. And I called down here and I talked to somebody. I wanted to get an inspector out here, lead inspector. And so somehow Michael Carpenter got a hold to the phone call. And only thing I wanted at that time was someone to come out and inspect the debris in my backyard, because I have children, grandchildren that wants to come out there and play, you know, and I wanted to know, was it be safe? Or would I was going to get somebody to come and get the debris up, but I wanted to know, would it be safe? And so he tells the man, tell her we're not fixing no garage. We're not putting no garage. The only thing I want to know, if this debris out here, is it safe for me to have somebody come and get it up so my kids can play out there in the backyard? You know, he just so against, you know, me getting my garage done. But at that time, like I said, I was just interested in trying to get all the debris out of my my backyard to try to clear that up. in which he didn't finish the work. Anyway, I still got armor guard all over my house. The armor guard's supposed to come down, and that's still up there. And me and this Miss Turner, we just going through too much because we had losses. I had so many deaths around this time this was happening. My nephew died. He lost his battle with cancer, pancreatic cancer. And I've been angry, so I'm going through the stages now. I think stage 4 of anger. And we don't need this type of stuff going on. We just need our work done in our home. Excuse me. We're just going through too much. Just going through too much. So I would appreciate if you guys help me. And Mr. I voted for you, and I stood up for you. Stand up for me. Thank you.
Next public speaker is David Garcia.
I look Mexican. Good evening. I'm just here today to talk about, I wasn't here a couple of days to talk to the ones that I want to thank them for when they had the problem with Ms. Redmond about trying to get out of public housing. You guys just don't know how good an asset she is to Flint Housing. You don't know. When the mayor was running, she was there for the mayor. When anybody else come in there doing something she need to do, she's right there for them. The money they said she took, she did not take. What happened was the other, what do you want to say, Mr. Ince that was there at the time, and they got rid of him. They took the computers, they dropped everything out of the computer, so she couldn't find nothing. They fired the lady that was over it, she couldn't find nothing. But y'all go in and you still want to beat up on her about this money deal. When, I don't know if y'all seen the ad about David now, the one that came from Tennessee. What's going on with him? More money coming up missing. What are y'all gonna do about that? Y'all worried about what's going on in Flint Housing? Check and see what's going on. Before you throw rocks and hide your hand, check and see what's really going on in public housing. Because right now it's being sold, like the young man said, that rent is going up everywhere. Public housing is public housing. It's for to help the people that cannot afford to get a house. It's supposed to help them on their way. You understand what I'm saying? So, like I said, before you throw rocks and hide your hand, please check and see what's real truth in everything. Thank you. And also, pray for the people that was burnt up in that fire on the other day. Pray for them. Because, like you said, they were homeless. They didn't have nowhere to go. The warming center had shut down, so they couldn't go there. So they had to go somewhere where they can get in at, and that's abandoned houses. And who owns the abandoned houses? The land bank. You know what I'm saying? So why didn't they have that tore down? They tearing down everything else that they're not supposed to be tearing down. You know, so just check into it. Check it out and see. Thank you.
Next public speaker is James Holland Sr.
I'd like to say good afternoon to the council. I want to talk to you for just a few minutes about something that I love to do, and that's teaching classes. The director of Mays Center asked my wife and I to teach some classes, which we were very happy to do. I think we've taught a total of 4 classes, and got paid for the very first class we taught last year. And we have taught 3 more classes, and we haven't been compensated for those classes. We have taught craft class. I have taught computer class that deals with how to identify scams, how to safely communicate, and the seniors love it. And so I'm just here to let you know that I've only been compensated for 1 of 4 classes. One class ended in January, and we had 2 more classes that ended in March. So I have resubmitted all the paperwork again on all the classes. So I just wanted to bring this to the class, to the council, to let us know that we really enjoy teaching. That's what we love doing. The seniors there, I think, enjoy the classes, but we would definitely like to be compensated for the time that we put in. Thank you very much.
Next public speaker is Sarah Houston.
Sarah Houston, 6th Ward. I wanted to address some things that I had heard in our last meeting that I attended. Judy, I would ask that you please call the Office of Disabilities in Detroit. They have an office that's specifically for disabled people and access and things of that nature, and ask them about sign language services provided for council, please, because the information that you're getting is outdated. And so I would like for you to get the updated information, because I do know what I'm talking about. Again, I must reiterate how deaf residents by right should be able to come and partake in city affairs just like any other person who could hear. You are denying their basic human rights to language access. If you want to see more deaf residents involved, make them feel welcome without barriers and without hoops to jump through. Mr. Pfeiffer, I was very disappointed when you spoke on this issue. You were more concerned about able-bodied people's access than those with no access. People who have access to sight and sound compared to people who have zero access to anything. What a shame that it's not a problem until access is being taken away from you. The mayor is apparently getting tired of me sharing his press conferences that don't have any interpreters, and he's been kind of on the ball. And with the last one, when he was talking about blight, there were 7 members of the deaf community who expressed their thanks. 4 of those members shared the story, which other deaf members commented and was appreciative of. And when I asked a couple of the deaf members what method of communication was the most informative, which one was the most, where they got most of their information from, the response was, of course, an interpreter. I also would ask that you would please change the resolution about sign language interpreters to not come from the opioid settlement fund and to come from the general fund, because they did mention that there was monies available there. I don't think that we should be taking from the opioid crisis to address the crisis of language deprivation. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Next public speaker is Mari Kofi.
I really wanted to come in today and speak about all the positive things. As we all know, there are some issues that we need to address. First, it's warming up outside, and we are starting to see an increase in crime with the teens and young adults. I know several of you speak to the police chief. Can one of you please relay a message to him that he should contact Chief Hall over at U of M Flint Public Safety and to find out more about their community policing program? I know he is familiar with it, but it's time our own city works on community policing. It's better to be proactive and prevent crimes than having to be reactive to the endless shootings and violence. Next, back in the fall, when they reduced the capacity at the warming center, many of us warned you that that was a dangerous move that put our most vulnerable in danger. The lack of repos has cost 4 humans their lives. 1 man that froze to death and 2 men and a woman that lost their lives in that tragic fire, including a baby. Next, I'm happy to report that we are finally seeing an improvement in our grocery stores that are selling spoiled and rotten food. The only store that we are still seeing issues at is Landmark. And finally, we had my 9th annual Easter egg hunt last weekend, where we served over 300 kids and gave away 15 bikes and 285 Easter baskets. We had the support of over a dozen political candidates and also had the support of 6th Ward Councilwoman Burns with candy, 3rd Ward Councilwoman Johnson for not only supporting financially but coming and helping with the event, and Council President Mashap for bringing us 2 big loads of candy and helping us secure a rain location. We are finally seeing support of those in leadership, and hopefully by the next event, we can get everyone working together so that we don't see 3 events within a half a mile of each other at the same time.
Next public speaker is Roy Fields.
Good evening, everybody. Just here today, I got a couple issues. Want to know why my water is still brown in my toilet. Just went to use my toilet today. Got 2 residents, one on this side of town and the other one on the north end. Got up to use the bathroom this morning. Flushed my toilet, rusty water, sewage. I let it sit for a minute, came back, addressed it. You can see where the sediments had dropped down to the bottom. We got sewage in our water right now, toilet water right now. So, to add insult to injury, let's get back on that subject. Water rates steady going up. We still can't use our water. We see that. My next question is for, I think his name is Clyde Edwards, Department of Public Works. What is he doing? What is his purpose? How do you have a man that's over this type of construction, waste management, and all these issues that we face with our streets and bridges, and he's not even qualified. He's a psychologist, juvenile psychiatrist, behavior issues. We got construction issues. We got ASRs, alkaline silica reaction issues. We got bridge issues. We got our city is falling apart. They got the wrong people in place for what needs to be done in reference to not allowing our city to fall apart. And it's gonna start with this infrastructure. Y'all just got the wrong people in place. How do we rectify that situation? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Next public speaker is Gloria Robinson.
Thank you guys for allowing me to come here to discuss the matter at the Mays Center on 1002 West Home Avenue. And we have a financial problem. And we have received some money from Derrico Lloyd. And we can't get it. And I think that's a serious problem for us not be able to get the money that was allocated for us. If the money is allocated for us to use it for the center, it should be given to us, the Mays Center, for their daily operation. We are trying to get money to pay and help some of the staff, like Mr. Holly said, he's an instructor, but we have other programs that also is trying to help out at the Mays Center. And these people need to be paid. They shouldn't be doing this on their own accord. And it's just not fair for the money to be held up like that. And seem like that, in some way to me, it seems illegal. But I think that The seniors deserve better than that because it's program that we asked for. It's not program that she created. It's program that she put out there, and then we said we want this. And this is something that will benefit for us as seniors to stay on top of what's going on in this technology and as far as knowing different things about a lot of things. And we need the funds so it will help us at the May to be ready for this world and this city. And I just hope that you guys understand at the council member how important that money is for us. Please keep us in your mind and prayers that we can get this money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Next. Oh, Beverly.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat. I'm trying to figure out, Judy, how can you be over finance and you still owe $2,700 in campaign finance? You cannot even get on the ballot until it's paid. You guys are, you over finance. If you can't get your own finance in order, how can you get the city finance in order? We need to wake up and see what's really going on. This is ridiculous. And you're the only one that owes that much money. It was $5,800. You done brought it down a little bit, but you own your house, remember? Pay your bills. We need to get this in order. I'm sorry about the fire for the people that passed away. We're grateful that some got out, but we need to pray for our city. Our city is not strong, and a lot of this stuff don't get put in the paper. It don't get put on the news. A lot of things is going on. Police got shot. They want to do a press conference. But when our children got shot, they don't want to even say nothing about it. You would talk about the president. The mayor talk about the president before he talk about our children getting killed on the street, lying down dead. But you want to talk about the president getting nicked. Come on, world. We got to wake up. We got to do better. We got to work together. Like I say, I know I got to work with him, but I ain't going to be his yes girl. I will not. We pray for all of our people that don't have roofs on their houses, don't have doors. Some don't even have heat. We got a lot of homeless people out here that's suffering, and you don't want to put them up nowhere. It's time out for what we're doing in the city of Flint. We need to get our city back like it was. We need help, and Shelton Neely is not helping us at all. Y'all can keep going along with that garbage that he putting out, but this city is not strong. Pray for the city and the mayor.
Last public speaker is Martha Rankins. That was our last public speaker.
Thank you. It's now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to respond to the public?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Thank you for everyone who came. We only have 2 minutes. First, for the people who died in the home of MLK, that was a privately owned home. Authorities were well aware that people were living there, well aware because I turned it in. And that's where I first found out that when there were some women who were there who a lady did not have shoes on her feet on Thanksgiving evening, that's what they do to sex traffic girls or women. And so we have to do a better job with our homeless population. We do, because we can't ignore them. And in that night with the Color of Law Coalition women, we went around on Thanksgiving and fed people, and a homeless person or unhoused took us to places that I never would have thought people were living in there. And as we showed up to feed them, they came out. And that house on ML King or Detroit Street, how old you are, had people pouring out of it for food. We gave them food. We gave them socks. Tanya Jones gave them her boots off her feet because the lady had no shoes. We gave them socks, hats, mittens, gloves, sleeping bags. So we have to have a plan for our homeless, and ignoring them does not work because they matter. They count. They're in our community. So we need to pray together for that. And Mr. Fields, you need to contact the sewer department, and I will get you a number. I'm gonna come out and talk to you. I'm gonna come back because we can't do a back and forth, but respectfully, I'm coming to you because you should be heard. And for the seniors, we have asked for a budget. Hopefully this evening, we can have the line item budget so that can be approved. So there were some missing items that we did not receive.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to thank the residents for coming to speak today as well. Thank you for expressing your concerns and needs and even sharing some information. My prayers go out to the individuals who lost their life and their family as well. Also, prayers go out to the officer who was shot during that incident. And I also want to thank the residents who came and spoke today in support of the May Senior Citizen Center. It's very important that be addressed in the proper way, and continue to let my colleagues know the importance of having that center up and going and running for the seniors. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, it's now time for our special presentation on the ARPA funds. Shay, can you introduce yourself and Christian?
Yeah, do you mind if I get set up real quick?
Yeah, we'll take a couple of minutes so that we can get you guys all ordered. Organized.
While he getting ready, you got Shay, who is
Budget Grants Administrator.
And knows ARPA more than any of us, and you have Christian over here as well. He took about, 2 weeks to put together this presentation, and it's about a 45-minute presentation. Is that about right?
It would be if I read everything, but I can get through it quicker.
Okay, I think we've got 30 minutes.
Yep.
So he's going to give you the presentation, and if everybody could hold off on their questions, if they can write them down or whatever, to give him the opportunity to give his presentation, it would be nice. Also, I want to state that this is the quarterly report. The next quarterly report just ended March 31st, and it should be ready by Ernest & Young in the next 20 days or so.
Me and Ernst & Young will have it prepared by the end of April, which is the 30th, I believe. So That's when it's due. It will be done.
Yeah, and it'll be posted on the website too. I'll let him tell you what websites they're on, that they're currently on, because we have the current one and what's going to be next. And just a reminder that Ernest & Young, the council approved approximately, I know, $1.1 million the first go around.
Second year was 884,000, I believe.
And what they are is the eyes and the ears for the city. They turn these in to the federal government, for the federal government to look at. And to my knowledge, and they can tell me if I'm wrong, there hasn't been any red flags as of yet. So at this point, I'm gonna turn it over to these two.
So I'm going to remind everyone, please hold your questions, and then we'll have a time for questions at the end. Go ahead, Shay.
All right. As he stated, my name is Jay Linsman, Grants and Budget Administrator.
Hello, my name is Christian Baldwin, Grants Management Officer.
Now, this is a high-level look at ARPA for the financial breakdown for funds, categories, projects. It's also implemented like some of the benefits that all of the ARPA has reaped throughout the city. I'm gonna just high-level those as we go through. Once it works. There we go. Okay, so first our managing partner, Ernst & Young. They went through a procurement process. We chose them through 2 adopted resolutions. We gave them contracts. This goes through that. They help us with implementation and compliance and stuff of that nature. Oh, sorry. We also do the reporting with them, which can be found at this link right here. There's a whole section for ARPA to find all of the financial reports. They've all been on time and compliant. So ARPA, as you know, was given $94,726,664, which you can see the total funding on the left-hand column. We have obligated and are in compliance with the deadlines to obligate all of those funds, and thus far have spent 88 million and change. That is inclusive of the transfer of the 101 that we needed to cover revenue loss items, and also to be able to possibly get more funds, ARPA funds from the state to hit those deadlines. This is the breakdown between the ARPA fund, which is I will call the 287 fund going forward, the 287, and the general fund, which is the 101 fund, that is the transfer. As you will see, it is 39,953. The resolution was for 4,500 and some change, but that was estimated because the grant year had not ended yet. So that is the actual number. As you will see, of those general fund, we have obligated 26 million and spent the 12,500,000. This general fund portion has no deadline. We would like to obviously spend it as quickly as possible to not keep these funds just lingering out there, and they need to get out in the community. So each section, these come from the allocation plan itself. So neighborhood improvement is the
Madam
first.
Chair,
Yes.
is there a way we can get a printed copy of this? We can't see this from this font.
This presentation will be posted on the website, on the city's website.
No, it's 47 pages. Is it 47?
It's 47 pages.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, I believe it's 51 now.
51, okay.
Request for
So-
information.
What's your request?
Madam Chair, do you have a copy of this
No, I do
electronically?
not. I saw it this afternoon, though. Go ahead, Shay.
For information.
What's your request?
If at possible, because we can't see, if you could email so we can follow along, so we'll know what you're talking about. Because right now you're stating numbers and categories. We absolutely cannot see it. So that's just a simple email so that we can actually follow along and so that we can know what it is that you're talking about.
I will get it to Clyde Edwards to distribute to you.
Clyde Edwards is not here.
Do you mean
They want it now.
this second?
Yeah, if you could send it to Christelle or Gloria, they can, whoever's over there, I can't tell.
All right.
And then they can email it to us.
That way we can read it.
Yeah, I know. Sir, I do understand, but ARPA has got 240 some projects split between multiple categories, then those multiple subcategories. So it was going to be small.
When I saw it, I didn't have my glasses on. It was difficult to read. CHR. It's CH.
CHR.
Christelle. There you go.
Hallelujah. Dennis been corrupted, Jonathan.
You have your laptop over there, right, Christelle? Oh, she's going to her office? Okay.
She always has something to say.
You just gotta find it real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead. Is the time stopped? Could you stop the time? What time, how much time do you see on your screen?
Once I send this, do you want me to continue while she's getting it?
All right, well, we're gonna add 5 minutes back onto the time because of all this. I don't know how long it really was, but go ahead and add 5 minutes back.
Oh, no. Not the good bishop.
That has been sent.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's continue with this. Christelle had to go back to her office to get to a computer because she doesn't have a laptop with her, and she will email that to us. Go ahead and continue.
Yep, I am just getting back to where I was.
Yep, go back.
Okay, and I apologize for the font, but again, there is a lot of information in ARPA just specifically. So this follows ARPA allocation plan 220464.1, but it also lists the pre-allocation things that existed prior to that allocation plan ever happening. So here you'll see the breakdown between 287 and 101 for each individual subcategory of the categories themselves, with a grand total on the bottom. Now, if you look to the right, the remaining allocation, that's anything left to be obligated, and then that all will be in 101. That is all to be allocated out of 101. Everything that exists from ARPA left to be obligated is 101. Now, these are the slides I'm gonna kind of whip through because they are the things the benefits that have been reaped from ARPA. So we've done demolition.
And then the demolition, just for everybody to know, this has been citywide. It touched every ward that we own. So I just want to let that know. I'll interject in some of these slides.
You got it. We've done residential water credits, which was that we had, I believe, 8.6 million available for a 300 person or 300 per household. We had neighborhood cleanup with a bunch of entities that helped us out in that process. Alternative uses for vacant lots to beautify and use lots that are not being used. We have homeowner education and foreclosure prevention. We have home repair and modification for disabilities. We have home repair-led remediation. We have other home repair, working with various community organizations. We have the City of Flint roof repair program.
And this roof repair program touched pretty much every ward as well. I can't remember how many people it was, but I want to say it was somewhere around 75 to 80 people. So.
We also have the home plumbing program. We have community development gap financing, which again works with a bunch of local community organizations. We have done many park improvements, community center improvements, senior center improvements. Moving on to economic development, we have as you see, it's very similar to, very similar to the prior section. We have sections for the 101, the 287, for all of the things that were in the allocation plan, all the subcategories. And the grand total at the bottom, and anything remaining to be obligated. And this includes things like the Buick City redevelopment, reactivation of Oak Business Center, youth job training programs, and other economic development programs that we work with other entities in the city. And then on to public safety. We did have pre-allocation plan public police and fire hiring bonuses. Those are still being used as people, get hired or have to refund us if they quit or whatever, so that it's kind of a flexible number until the end. Again, with the sections 101 and 287. Again, these are the police and fire hiring bonuses that the public safety received. We bought 15 police detective bureau vehicles. We did we have police and fire training. We have a witness protection program. We had 2.8 million in street lighting that covered 3,000 upgrades to street lights to LEDs. We have the PAL program to help our kids have something to do after school, to keep them off the streets doing something positive. We have other public safety program like purchase of cameras, video monitors, purchase of installations of speed humps, things to keep the safety within the community. The next category would belong to public health and youth development. Originally, before the allocation plan, we gave some food access and security money to the United Way. And then again, breaking down the subcategories, we have between the 101 and 287. And this includes things like increased food access, working with a bunch of local community outreach. We have mental health referrals, again, helping suicide prevention, lowering those rates, addressing workforce shortages, and again, working with a lot of community organizations. We are addressing homelessness within this. Again, working with other entities within the city. Youth wellness programs like AAU, Flint Freedom School Collaborative, Oatmeal Club, things of that nature, again, helping kids find other things to do but be on the streets. Healthcare access and equity research, again, working with a lot of community organization, and we have the RX Kids Initiative, which is, I believe, in combination with MSU. Infrastructure. This is the Miller Road lead line replacement, water main replacement.
That was a major project over on Miller Road that consisted of paving, water mains, the whole work. So.
Yep, and that one, most of that was a pre-allocation plan, so that was done before the allocation plan. We have a big section here, revenue replacement, which kind of grabbed a lot of other various programs, including a major section for maintaining city services. As you will see, that is a very large section. And that was for deficit, if we had it, but also maintaining city service and whatever other programs we may need going forward. It was undefined. It was kind of undefined in the resolution plan, but that's what it was intended for. All of these other programs were already in the allocation plan. They are also broken down between 101 and 287. So you'll know what was where. Again, the big remaining allocation, the remaining obligation to be done here is from the maintaining city services line. And this is revenue replacement continued, because as I said, this is a big section. This includes like city-owned trees, and there's where you find your department vehicles, Detective Bureau vehicles. So, so we got, as I said, we're going through what was placed in the allocation plan. We got these subsections: maintaining city services, our sidewalk assessment repair. These are just examples. I did not list them all. The Office of Public Health fell here. This is to provide information for public health. We help pay for all of those people that are down there, or we did when we used up this money to help pay them for a while. City cleanup. So a lot of your blight equipment and other blight related items come out of this section.
And that pretty much touches every ward as well. I know Arnold Brown and his crew in Blight, they get calls all day long and they all over the place doing cleanups every week.
And as should the fire department equipment. That should touch every ward as well. Upgrading fire department equipment. This is where that section came. And then we had your strategic investment and ward priorities. So that was doled out by you all. We have cold case here. So this is another, would be public safety, but it got placed in this section. This is to help clear out some cold case items. And then there's a big section here of removal of city-owned trees, which helps every ward. And then I did combine the last three sections here because they were rather small. There is one thing on contingency, it's for future reserves. So the split between 101 and 287 here. And then the pre-allocation plan for premium pay is there. And that was done to help people work through COVID through the city of Flint. And then the administration section, which does your E&Y and some other items to pay for a few city employees that help work on ARPA and a few other things. And again, broken down between 101, 287. And this is just my one example from these three sections. It's the premium pay helped us keep people working through COVID. And that is it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Shay. Can we see the timer? Yeah, can you put the timer on? How many minutes? Okay, is there any questions? Pardon? I couldn't hear you. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Ms.
Thank you.
Burns.
So I have several questions. In 15 minutes, I'm going to try to save some time because, and thank you for preparing this. So the witness protection program, how much was spent on that? And did we protect any witnesses?
Yeah, we had 300,000 from ARPA, and there was 100,000 from another grant. I don't want to misrepresent, but there was another grant. They had to spend that first because it expired first. So they are currently charging us now. They are definitely doing that.
Who is us? Are we talking about, you said who is currently charging us?
It would be, off the top of my head, I believe it's Genesee County prosecutors.
Okay, so how much have we spent?
I'm working on it.
Excuse me, you are disrupting this meeting. Please keep it down in the back. Thank you.
There we go. All right, so witness protection. So we did pay them up front, but they are reimbursing, or they are showing us their invoicing as they go. So that whole thing it was upfronted to them.
So they're drawing it down.
Yeah, through their invoice, well, showing us what their invoicing was monthly, and that goes to our accountants in finance, yeah.
So how much have they drawn down so far?
Off the top of my head, I do not have that. It's about 100. Estimated it's around 100,000 from this.
Can you get a copy, or can you let us know how much that is? Because then that goes along to, I'll slide over to cold cases. So do we know how many cold cases that we have? And how many have been solved, and how many officers are working on cold cases?
That is a police question, ma'am.
Will we have anybody here from the police? I mean, this is,
I
yeah.
don't believe we do.
Yeah, okay, it's because this is an ARPA question. And so I think this was about a month ago. And so, and we have limited time to, and these are very real questions, because we know that when these people are left out here, they offend again. They do. And so that is a question that we need to have answered. Also, so all the funds now are into general fund, and it's just being tracked. So we don't have technically ARPA funds. That 40 million was placed into general fund as revenue replacement.
That 40 million, yes. We do still have ARPA funds because we have to spend whatever that last bit down by the end of this year. And we are actively working with those organizations to make sure we're getting that spent down.
What's the last bit to work down?
As of the fourth quarter reporting, it's approximately 6 million. I'm going to get there. So the difference here, it's the same one. It's the same number. 6.5, about 6.5 million from 12/31/2025.
And how much has been allocated? Is that how much has been allocated and not spent of the 40 million?
We allocated 26 and we've spent 12.5. So
Okay, so we allocated 26, we spent 12.5.
Yeah.
And so what are organizations are outstanding that this is or projects to be paid to?
That is not something I can answer at the.
You can't answer.
I can't answer that standing right here.
Okay, can you get that to us? Because we've asked for that before, please. Because and they've come in, any and all, which organizations were allocated to, which ones we have already expended or paid for. Now, my other question is too, we have the May Center here because we need to be transparent. We did ask for a breakdown of what their budget is, and a portion of their budget was for ARPA. ARPA cannot, according to the resolution as it is sent, I believe it was set for 2 directors at 85,000. Well, we only have one at the Mason. The other one I believe was going to be at the McKinley Center. Is that correct? And those were with ARPA funds. Am I correct? They're not. What is a community center?
I am not. I am sorry, ma'am. I am not a program manager. I work on the budgets.
Okay, then who can answer this question? Because they get ARPA. That's out of ARPA though, because there's ARPA funds that are coming out of that. And so who can answer the ARPA? And that was the reason why we did put this off, so that we could have questions answered that we've been asking since ARPA was basically in existence. So can anybody answer the budget? Because we're paying for ARPA funds out to fund the center. And we know that the 54,000 from the county, the Genesee County millage, is not enough to pay for salaries, fringe benefits, and programming. That's just not enough. And so we need to make sure, because we know that it would be against public policy for ARPA funds to pay for staffs to run the senior center based on the prohibition of federal funds being used to supplement what should be paid for with general funds as a standard city cost of operating. The posted ARPA resolution that we do have, which is currently the one that we've been discussing, only funded temporary administrative positions, which were meant to ensure proper and timely expenditure of ARPA funds, plus covered time and some existing staff that would be crucial to proper timely expenditure for ARPA funds. The community liaison was purposely not a director. It was a temporary lower paid position meant to ensure all ARPA funds allocated and community investment centers actually got spent. So we need to make sure we're doing things. That's going to be a red flag because that was not done properly. Now,
So I believe the monies you're talking about is 101 funds. After that was transferred, it's now general fund. So we're spending, they're not ARPA, they're not beholden to federal guidelines for ARPA anymore.
So on our resolution, it states ARPA, and here's the game that's been being played. It's ARPA, it's not ARPA, it's general funds, but it is ARPA.
I apologize for this being confusing, but it has been confusing from the beginning, and there are many stages that this has went through, from pre-allocation to allocation to move to general fund.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm just trying to explain to you that, like, we're above board here. We're doing everything the proper way.
I'm telling you what
and I'm just telling you that.
No, you're not gonna tell me.
I'm sorry. I'm just using the same words you use at me. I'm telling you that 101 has different rules.
Excuse me, both of you.
I need you to be.
Okay,
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking both of you to be to order, and I understand the tensions are a little high right now on this question. The fact is that anything that was sent to general funds no longer follows the ARPA rules and guidelines as set forth by the Department of Treasury. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, sir. So Shay, you were rude. And so I'm saying,
So are you.
no, I'm not talking to you. And so you need to get your attitude together, because I'm saying to you for the Department of Treasury.
Thank you for your time. We've done our
I'm saying
presentation.
for the Department of Treasury. See, this is, y'all do this all the time. You don't have the answers. And the Department of Treasury, you don't have to give us the answers, because we can contact the DOJ.
Ms. Burns,
and
you are
FBI
out of
to
order.
get the answers.
Ms. Burns, you are out of order,
Yeah,
please.
you keep protecting them. Councilwoman Lewis been asking since February 4th and 8th for the same answers. You are allowing them to not answer.
I am going to close this special order out, the special presentation, and
I object to.
okay, there's an objection to closing out the special presentation, so we'll need to take that to a vote. Do we need a motion to take this to a vote, Ms. Attorney? City Attorney? How much time is left? 6 minutes is left. There's an objection to me closing out this special order. Do we need a motion in order to vote? Okay.
Madam Chair. So, through you to Mr. Moore, Madam Chair.
And then he's gonna try to double talk and got caught up in his own talk. How you gonna get mad?
Mr. Moore, are you familiar with the presentation that we just received? Somewhat.
Yes.
So, we have like it says, if you can see this, because we don't have the presentation anymore, funding, and then it says obligations.
Yes.
So is obligations the same as allocation?
That's correct.
So, on the general fund slide, it shows that we still have 13 million that are unobligated. Is that correct?
That's what's obligated to revenue replacement.
So,
but it's still there and it still could be spent if.
But I thought that we only had 2 million left in the ARPA funds. So how do we have 13 million left?
It's because it's been allocated to.
Madam Chair, can you pause?
Yes. Mr. Taylor, you are encouraging disruption to this meeting. And I'm about ready to issue warnings, so if it's your fault, I'm going to ask you to please keep it down in the back so that we can continue to conduct business, because I will issue a warning the next time I have to stop. Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. So do we have 13 million or 2 million?
It depends on how you classify it as allocated. The way it was classified under the ARPA rules, it was allocated as a revenue replacement.
Okay.
But if you're asking if has the money been spent, once it's moved to the general fund, it's still there and it still can be spent.
So we have 14 million, we don't have 2 million left.
You have the, yes, that's correct. They have they have the 12 million. The 12 million has not been spent.
I'm sorry?
If you're looking at this, I don't have a color graph like you do, right?
So we have 39 million that we've put in there, right? In the general, we have 39 million and we've allocated 26, so we have 13 and some change, correct?
Right.
Okay, because the last few meetings ago, they were saying we have 2 million left.
The 2 million, it would be the stuff that was in the contingency. It wasn't it doesn't include the revenue replacement dollars.
Okay. I'm still lost. I think that there's shenanigans going on how much money we have left. Is there a plan to reallocate or spend the money in the original ARPA? Because we're running down to the wire, and I know that we have lots of categories that we have remaining dollars that haven't been spent.
The money that has not been allocated is all in the general fund. There is no federal deadline to spend that.
I understand. I'm talking about the original ARPA dollars.
The original ARPA dollars, there's still dollars that need to be spent.
54 million.
Right. And the administration is working very hard to make sure that everybody that has a contract with us to spend it, spends it before the end of the year.
The previous gentleman before about the witness relocations, about we prepaid and then now they're showing us invoices, but that money has to be spent. It can't sit in their coffers, right?
You're right. That's correct.
So are we going, if they don't have a plan to spend that or the expenses to spend that, are they going to give it back to us with enough time to
on the
reallocate?
contract, they would have to give it back to us, and that would have to be returned if it's not spent.
So are they going to give it back to us with enough time to reallocate it to try to spend it?
Trying to respend things are very difficult under the ARPA rules. You have to spend it for essentially the same type of service.
So we're going to be giving money back to the federal government?
I think witness protection, if the county doesn't use it, that would probably be sent back. I don't think we have any other contract with anybody that would meet the criteria for that.
Okay. So the cold case and the witness relocation, we're probably going to end up giving some money back.
If they don't spend it, we've been, like I said, we've been working with all the different agencies to make sure that they make spending the ARPA dollars a priority.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to add 10 more minutes.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to add 10 more minutes to this discussion item. It's already been supported by the motion was made by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alami?
Excuse me, Secretary.
Dr. Lewis is not in.
No, she's there. I'm
She's
here. And yes.
Sorry, Dr. Lewis. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
8 yeses.
Okay, the vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Go ahead. 10 minutes. That was right, correct? So add 10 more minutes to that, so it'd be 15:53, is that right? No. Oh, no, we were out, sorry, we were out of time. Duh. Okay. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Moore. So Mr. Moore, with regard to the to the 54 million that was allocated and fall under the ARPA ruling.
Right.
And that has yet to be spent. Who in whatever department is actively working with those vendors to identify and get the monies spent down?
It's not just one person. There's a team of people that meet and work with. I know that before Seamus left, he was the number one guy, and he would take the lead, and now Christian's taking the lead. But there's also other people in the department. Rod Slaughter, his team.
I understand you. So you're basically saying it's a team.
It is a team.
Okay.
Yes.
So this would be my request. And I understand that the gentleman who just spoke said that there are over 200, is it different vendors or line items?
We have 200 different contracts.
200 different contracts. Okay. This is what I am going to ask respectfully, however I need to ask it in whatever format it needs to legally go or whatever. But by that first meeting, the first finance meeting in May, understanding that we're in April and that there are funds that have not been spent. And if I just heard correctly, there's money we are in danger of having to give back to the government. I want to know by contract who hasn't spent what. And I want to know that in May. And how, Madam,
There will be another quarterly report out by then. We have to make another quarterly report to the federal government at the end of April.
So in other words, the timing is good to ask for it.
It is.
Thank you. So I can get that in that kind of detail to know by contract. I don't want to know just general categories. I want to know by contract who has not spent their money.
There's one page for each contract in that.
Okay. It can be sent electronically.
We send electronically. We also are posting it on our website. So
I don't want to have to fish for it. I apologize. I'm not. I'm going to take some privilege as a council person here and say I'm not trying to fish for it.
That's
I want it in my inbox, please. Thank you. That'll be somewhat of a start for me, and I'm still trying to understand this 13 million that we're saying now. Is that 13 million that we actually have to work with, or are we going to say that's been obligated?
There's a lot of semantics going on with that.
And that's why I'm trying to clear it up. I just want to know, what do we have to work with?
The question which I ask myself is how much money is in the bank that we can spend?
That's what I'm asking too.
And if you look at that, we have the $12.5 billion that we can spend in whatever fashion we want.
We have 12.5 that we can spend.
That's as of December 31. We've spent some of the money obviously since then, but there was 12.5 as of December 31st.
And about how, and we'll know that number. No, we won't know that number in the April because we don't have to report that number.
Well,
So when can you give us a number as of?
We have to have the report submitted by the end of April.
Yeah, but this money this does not have to be reported on to the government.
That's correct. That number, those dollars we can report at the end of the month.
So that's what I'm saying. When can you tell us how much we have, as you said, to work with?
The person that you really needed to ask was Jay. He's the expert on all this. But
okay, so can you talk to him to get us a number of what we have to work with?
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you. Question, I know I came in a little late. Did we, yep, I'm here.
I'm gonna ask one more time, because I can't tell who it was. I can't tell that it was from the back. I know it was on this side. But please be respectful of us conducting business. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So just want to go back to the series of questions that I asked. I saw that on my attachment that says City ARPA, and I didn't get the official hand out. So I want to go back to my questions. Did you address those questions in that ARPA document? Because they were like really clear questions.
The question about the interest is not in this document.
Huh?
I know the question about the interest is not in this one, but I do have that in my office.
Okay. So, so what about breaking down the spending of the ARPA since we put it into the special ARPA category within the general fund, starting in January 2025? Were you able to start there?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I went back to the beginning of time for that, so.
I didn't hear you.
I went back to the beginning when we first received the ARPA dollars.
Okay, all right. And I know that I also asked 3 additional questions as well. So I'm just asking, did you address those in there? Because I don't want to waste time.
I did not prepare this, so I don't think your questions are addressed here, but I do have the answers to your questions in my office.
Okay, so I appreciate that, Mr. Moore. So my question is, knowing that I did ask since February the 4th, why haven't, and you have it in your office, why haven't you brought it to the council meeting?
I wasn't anticipating being, working on, speaking to the ARPA issue tonight. I thought that was going to be the other 3 gentlemen.
Okay, because I know that I put the question out to Seamus, who's no longer with us, to you, and also to the finance chair. So the only person to respond, because the finance chair isn't responding, is you.
Right.
So, and I asked last meeting, and the meeting before that, and the meeting before that, if we could have those answers. So is it possible for us to get those answers?
Yes.
Okay, so I asked in February, and it's now April. So I'll be looking forward to seeing it or hearing it on the record during our next committee meeting in April. Is that fair?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
quick question, because we did not get our, hi, Mr. Moore.
Actually, Ms. Burns, I check and see if anybody else wants to have a turn?
Yeah, I just want to I want to put a motion on the floor to have Mayor Neely come answer these questions since his staff doesn't want to. So there's a motion on the floor to have Mayor Neely come answer the questions.
There's a motion on the floor to ask Mayor Neely to come
We've asked them nicely.
to the before the committee,
To
the
subpoena
council,
him.
excuse
To
me.
subpoena him.
Yeah, go ahead and pause the time.
I don't appreciate being wet.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I want to understand what this motion is that we're going to vote on.
Yep, we can't discuss it yet. It hasn't been seconded. Okay, it's the motion to invite Mayor Neely to come
Nope,
before
not
council.
invite. We did invite him already. He didn't show up.
You want to subpoena?
Absolutely.
The
And that's
motion
why I tried
is,
to ask
the motion
before
is
that.
to subpoena Mayor Neely to come before council to answer ARPA questions, and it's been supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. That's the motion you'll support? Mr. Pfeiffer, that is the motion you will support? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Gotta vote.
We're in discussion.
No,
There's discussion on this motion. Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
So I do think that we could all benefit from a conversation with the mayor. I'm with that. What I'm not going to do is vote for a subpoena. What I will do is vote for us to extend an invitation, and we will go from there.
We asked them.
All right.
I don't remember. But I will not vote to subpoena him, but I will vote to extend an invitation.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We already extended an invitation weeks ago, and the mayor did not show up, did not respond. We did it in this open meeting, and it's clear that when we are literally confused with 2 million, 12 million, 16 million, 14 million, and this is not even a report that Mr. Moore shouldn't be speaking to, because he said he didn't prepare it. And so it's unfair to even have him speak to a report that he didn't prepare. And so we've asked, it was disrespectful. I'm not going to be talked to crazy. And I know when someone is trying to overtalk, but we're trying to get clear answers. And the answers were clear. We waited to the end of the presentation so we could ask our questions, and everything was mumbo jumbo. Everything. There wasn't a clear answer on anything. And this is his administration. His administration, he's over them. He needs to come to respond, because I don't know how you walk out when we're asking you questions, and because we don't understand your mumbo jumbo, you get upset. I never seen that. Never. The disrespect came from the administration when I'm stating that at the Department of Treasury, what they told us, the funds. We've got people here from the Mays Center. Can we use that money? This is the holdup, and I want you to see. It's how, if we can, because what I'm not trying to do is allocate money that is illegally allocated. Come prepared. I will happily make sure we support the seniors. But when they walked away, they decided we're taking our power, our position, and we're not answering you. We can't vote on something when I'm stating what the Department of Treasury rules. I'm not trying to be nowhere federally, and nobody's orange, nothing. I'm not doing that. And so I want them to understand the $54,000 is not enough to fund it. That we know that with the salaries, that's 65% of just one of the salaries. That doesn't include programming. It doesn't include the utilities. It doesn't include operation costs of the building. It doesn't include snow removal. It doesn't include your parking lights. It doesn't include any of that.
I'm going to pause your time. We have standard 5-minute discussion rules on these,
Does she have the clock?
and it wasn't started. It wasn't started. I know that this is the time during the 10-minute additional that we had, but yeah, go ahead and start that, and then she has another 2 minutes. So there is a 5-minute discussion first round and 3 on the second. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we politely and kindly asked, and it was politely ignored. And it was. And I think, and I don't, in city business, all these invites will come to the mayor's office and he's doing them on his meetings. No, this is the people's business. This is the people's chambers. Come before the people, because we want to know. Collectively, all 4 of us can't go to the office and speak, and I'm not going separately. My last time, he was talking about some Flint is a honeypot. So I'm not doing that. And that was 2022. You gonna stop covering from him what you sending emails about me to people, text messages. You need to stop that you telling lies on. So I'm gonna say this. We have invited him kindly. Now we don't, there's no other option. So we have got to take the role of subpoenaing the mayor to get him to come, because we have all these numbers, 12 million, 2 million, 13 million. We now know the ARPA funds, which we have said since December 2023, when it was voted on, that it goes into the general fund. And now the general funds, they're saying it can be used any way that you want it to be used. And that's not what it was stated before, and the intentions and the Department of Treasury rules. And so when we're doing this, and here's the thing, y'all got a lot of people that used to work here that are upset with how ARPA funds have been used, who have quit because of this. a lot. And these people are reaching out because they want it to go to the people and to be used properly. And they're watching in utter disgust. And so he needs to come explain. His staff walked away. We stayed in our seats. I yield the floor.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Here's where I'm at with all of this, right? So last year and every year before that, the mayor came and presented the budget. This year, he won't even step foot in the chambers. We've been asking ARPA questions for, the detailed ARPA questions on how much we have left or whatever else for over a year. And every year and every time, we get a runaround, we get half answers, because I'm not the only one up here that a few weeks ago said we had 2 million left. And now all of a sudden we got between 13 and 14 million left. So, and I understand that if this vote passes, that the mayor's going to go on Saturday, or he's going to hold a press conference tomorrow and call us terrorists, and that we're holding up every city service. Like, that's what the mayor does. He has a press conference downstairs, and the CFO will stand next to him. His minions will stand next to him, and he'll call us terrorists. So, or the insurrectionists, because he likes to reference us to the January 6th thing. Like, I understand that. That's politics. It is what it is. But answer, why is everything a secret and we can't get proper answers? We've been asking ARPA questions and how come dollars haven't been spent? How much is left? For a year, or at least a year. And we can't get an answer. And today was just breaking news to me. I think a lot of us are just flustered up here on how all of a sudden we got $14 million, at least $14 million. When Mr. Moore, I want to say maybe 2 committee meetings ago, you said there was 2 to 2.8. And hopefully the YouTube people are out there and are digging up that where you said that we had that much left. So I'm really boggled, because we have all of these issues in the city, and all of a sudden that we never have money for. We didn't have money for sign language people. That wasn't in the budget. We didn't have money for food access because we already allocated all the money. But all of a sudden we've got all of this money. We got people burning up in houses, and it's like literally we are in as a city, we are in a managed decline. We are in a managed decline. We got folks here that are just slowly taking us down and down and down, and it's on purpose, because we have money. We have so much money that our CDBG funds, or whatever the acronym is, that go to the community, that don't do anything. We've got all of this ARPA money that came here, and we got shit to show for it. And it's literally, we're sitting back counting the days until we bankrupt the city, or the city just burns up, or people just leave. Like, they're already leaving as fast as their exodus is faster than we can possibly get them in. We give $1 million to pregnant women to try to get folks to move back to the city. But that, even, I don't think that's helping anything. Like, we are literally managing our decline to go into the worst possible. I'm literally at a loss for words. We have $14 million that we could deploy into the city and try to help bring it up. And We can't even get honest answers. And then the administration comes up here when we ask questions and they throw a fit that somebody's talking in the wrong tone and they want to take their crayons and go home. Like, we are in a city that is struggling and your feelings are hurt, so you're going to go cry in the corner. Let's grow up a little bit and let's get this business done for the city. I yield.
Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else? Anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? This is the vote to subpoena the mayor to answer questions on ARPA.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. We're down back to 2 minutes left on the timer for our discussion on the presentation. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about the presentation before we go to someone else who may have already spoken? Anybody else? Anyone else? I'm going to take a few minutes. I think there's a big confusion over the fact that the general fund money can be spent for anything that the state allows us to spend general money on. Anything that we obligated prior to or spent that we approved spending for. Let's make sure that we understand that obligated means that the council approved the spending of that money. It doesn't mean that it was spent at the time we did that. So the amount that was obligated prior to January 1st of 2024, is that right? Or is it 2020? Yeah. That has to follow the the Treasury Department regulations. That's the only amount of the money that we have to follow. And that's where the 1.2 million or the 2 million came from, right? Anything that we put in the general fund follows state regulations. And I just want to make sure that people are clear.
Request for information. Are you saying that there's 2 million left in the?
I did not say that. The 2 million in the money that before we spent to ARPA. Is that was my question to Mr.
That was the contingency money that we had.
Pardon?
That was money that was in contingency.
The contingency. So,
request for information.
What's your request?
Are you going to sit here as a council person, a sitting council person, and say a resolution that we passed as a council that becomes law once we pass it as a council doesn't matter and they can do whatever they want with
No,
that
I did
ARPA
not
money?
say that, first of all. I did not say that. I said that the spent, because our resolution was clear, and I have requested a legal opinion on this, is that the monies had to be spent according to our plan. However, we keep saying, Ms. Burns keeps referencing not going to jail for spending
Information. Do not use me in your statement.
I will.
No, you will not.
So
use
I'm going
me.
to continue.
So you need to make sure you stay
And I
germane.
I am being germane.
No, you
I'm
have to
really
be a
that I am
Tito
being
right
Jane,
now.
Ms. Burns. So
This is crazy.
when we sit there and we talk about how the money in the general fund can be spent, that follows the state regulations. The money that we previously spent follow in the federal regulations. Now, the presentation says how much was left as of December 31st. The end of this month, we will and Mr. Moore, I'm going to ask that we get those reports, copies, when
Madam
those
Chair.
are done for the ARPA as of the that are due April 30th.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
request for information, because you're saying, what exactly did you get a legal opinion for then?
I asked for legal opinion on our resolution, on what they can and cannot do.
No, okay, so, because again, I'm not understanding what you need a legal opinion on, because nobody's argument has ever been that state regulations don't need to be followed. Our argument has always been, and we've maintained the fact that that money that we move to the general fund is still supposed to be spent under the ARPA categories, and nothing is supposed to be allocated without council permission. That has been what we have been saying from the beginning.
I understand that, and I follow that as well. However, when I sit there and hear a council member sitting there saying, I'm not going to go to jail for something, I want to make it clear because of the IRS regulation, or the Treasury Department, it's not the IRS, it's the Treasury Department's regulations say that we have to spend money like this, and we can't spend money like that. But the money that we put in the general fund no longer follow those regulations.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Madam Chair, with.
I'm going to call the whole group to order. Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
With the statement that was just made and the clarity that you provided in the difference and distinction between the money that was allocated pre-January 24 and which was transferred to the general fund.
Right.
What number will be provided from their reporting to the federal government are you expecting to receive?
I would defer to Mr.
Well, no, but you said you were waiting to get the report from April.
We're talking about
because that money is not going to be accounted, that report is not going to account for what's in the general fund.
Correct.
And that's where my question
So, okay,
lies.
maybe I have been confused over exactly no, first of all, no, I can't speak today. So I'm hearing confusion over the ARPA money and over the general fund money. If we want, we have been promised a listing of general fund expenditures, correct?
Correct.
And we will get them as of March 31st.
That's correct.
And when will we get those?
It has to be submitted to the feds by the end of April.
Okay, so let's say the first week of May, we're gonna get that.
Request for information.
That's our time. What's your
Request for
request?
information.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor for 15 more minutes.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward to add 15 more minutes to this discussion item.
But request for information was before that.
Yes,
so I
what
think-
is your request?
So the general fund money doesn't get reported.
No, they're gonna provide that.
I understand that, but why do we have to wait? He just said that they're not going to do it until they do a report for it to send to the federal government. So I'm like, why can't we just get a running list of it now that the general fund doesn't get reported? I understand the $54 million in those dollars.
Mr. Moore, can you address that, please?
The way we track it internally is we have a master spreadsheet where
We're on a point
we
of
track
He's requesting
all
it.
the
Request for information.
expenditures, all the contracts, both ARPA, the ARPA dollars, the 287, and the 101, the general fund dollars, and they're all on the same report, and then they're all done at the same time. So at the end of April, we will have a report listing how every dollar was spent for the last quarter.
So it was obligated and we're gonna report that it's
Right.
spent. Okay, now we have a motion on the floor to add 15 minutes to this discussion. And it's been supported by the councilwoman it was made by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. This is the vote to add 15 more minutes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
We have 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Who would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the reason I asked for 15 more minutes is because we keep kicking this can down the road. We need to come to a consensus as a council of what we're asking for, what we're looking for, what opinion has been asked of the legal department, and how we move forward, because we keep getting caught up on these two specific issues and no one seems to be on the same page, or half is on one page, half is on the other. Help me understand what legal opinion you requested.
I had asked about the legal opinion about between the general fund and the ARPA, the 101-287, as they are referencing it, as well as our request that all expenditures come to us so that we spend according to the plan, because I don't believe that that's happening. So I've asked for a legal opinion to clarify that, and because there has not been a legal opinion, there's been opinions from other sources, what I found out today, but not from the legal department.
So then you didn't,
we
I'm
are-
sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So we are waiting for that.
So then you didn't ask for a legal opinion on our resolution, whether or not our resolution was legal and they had to bring anything before us. That was not the opinion you asked for.
I asked for, do they have to bring it to us?
So, and I need you to give me some clarity as to why you would think a resolution passed by the legislative body of this city.
Because we know that items are being spent without us coming to us.
How do we know? Request for information.
What's your request?
How do you know that, or what items are you saying that didn't come before us?
I've just heard chatter.
Okay, that's fine, but that's neither here nor there for my question and me, because again, I'm just trying to understand, as a sitting member of a legislative body where we're co-equal branches of government, and
Correct.
we passed a resolution that said that any money that got put in the general fund that was under the ARPA category, even though it was getting put into the general fund, that it had to come before council before the money was spent, allocated, or any decisions were made on it.
Let me explain why I requested what I did. And it was because I wanted to sit there and take it and say, this is the legal opinion. They say you have to follow it, or they say, no, we can't. And if they have to follow it, then this is what they have to do. And they have to come before us, and we have to continue doing what we were doing, because it's not happening. We know it's not happening, and we've got to keep going. And there's been so many questions up here about that, about their not spending according to the categories and wanting more money for food access and stuff like that, that I wanted that in writing from our legal department so that I could present, so that we could follow it
Request
going
for
forward.
information.
What's your request?
How long ago was the legal opinion made?
I have to look to see when I met with Joanne. But she did say that she was working on it a couple, 2 weeks or so ago. But we're talking about the legal department.
Just an FYI, we don't get a legal opinion back, that means that
It was the 19th of February.
they don't want to answer the question.
So,
Okay.
All right, so we have that, even though I am of the full opinion that is a resolution passed by this body, that resolution should be followed. The second thing, Mr. Moore, we're asking you for two different things, right? Because we are clear that there are expenditures that go under the federal guidelines and then expenditures that go under the state guidelines.
That's correct.
So we want the amount that is left under the federal guidelines, which, if we're understanding you correctly now, because apparently we weren't understanding you correctly in the past, under the federal guidelines only, there's $2 million left there.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
But that's not the total. That's just under the federal guidelines.
Right.
Only $2 million is left for that 2024 and before.
I don't think that's the right number, but you're close.
Well, we were given a 2 million number, so I'm just saying 2 million.
I think at the end of December, we've spent 48 million of the 54 million.
Federal
From the
money.
From the federal side.
So,
Pardon? Yes, the 287.
so what were you saying with that fund?
If you look at this graph, mine's not in color, we have 54 million that was obligated, and we've actually expended 48 million.
So 54 million allocated, 48 million have been, 58 million 54 million obligated, 48 million allocated.
And 48 million has been spent out the door.
Out the door, it's gone.
Right.
Okay, so, and that's where that 2 million number comes for, or 4 million?
It's more than that.
So give me those two numbers again. I'm correct in saying 54 million total, 48 million out the door.
Right. We have $54 million allocated under Fund 287, and we've spent 48 million.
So does that give us 2, 4, or 6 million?
By my math, it's 6 million.
That's 6 million?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then out of that 6 million, where'd that 2 million come from? How do we get down? Where did 4 million go?
I'm not sure where the 2 million,
No problem. We will operate under the assumption that it's 6 million until you give us something that
Right.
says something different. So from the federal money, which is the 2024 and before, there should be 6 million left based off of the 54 minus 48.
right.
Right now, we're just working under the assumption that that is 6 million.
That's
And you're
correct.
going to get us something to show actual accurate numbers of expenditures from that, right?
This last 3 months, we've spent some money, so the next report will show you where we stand at the end of March.
Okay, I understand that piece, but we're going to get something for that in it by itself specifically.
That's correct.
Okay, and so now we're talking about the money that council allocated to the general fund that can only be spent with council approval. So now we're going to move to that bucket.
Right, okay. With that, we've had 26 million has been allocated,
Okay,
which means there's still 12 million to be spent or allocated.
so, okay, so when,
Sorry,
oh,
sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Madam
We have a request for information.
sorry, Mr.
Go ahead,
Through
sir.
you.
Mr. Jarrett.
Through you, Madam Clerk, to Mr. Moore. And that $12 million is what you call in the bank, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, so then I think I misunderstood something earlier because I was told, so there was 26 million and then 12 is what I understood he was saying had been expended, so that we should have 14 million left. Did I understand that?
That's correct.
No, so then I did understand that
You did.
correctly. So there's 14
Right.
million.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Understood. So you're gonna get us something to show, full expenditures, allocation, whatever for,
right.
that's gonna get us to the 14 million?
Right.
For
How-
this one,
Yep, the spreadsheet we have has more detail than you'll probably want to read.
Right.
But it has everything.
and Councilman Jarrett, I just want you to make sure you're on the same page. It's not 12 million, it was 26 minus 12 million, which is gonna get you that 14 million. This is what he just said, I was correct.
Request for information. My understanding is that 26 million has been obligated, and of that's been obligated, the 12.5 million is what has actually been spent of that obligated money. So that 14 million is still money that is not in the bank. It's
in the bank.
It's in the bank, it's 14
we haven't
million.
wrote the checks for it, but when my understanding is when Mr. Moore says it's in the bank, it's available for us to use in a way. So that 13.8 is not available.
No, that's available. That has to
It
be
is
appropriated by the
available. I
city
don't-
council.
He just said it's available.
Uh,
But can you help, please?
Request for
Because I don't think I'm understanding correctly.
So, Mr. Moore, just real quick, the only money we have available that we can spend here as a council is the delta from this one to this one, correct?
That's correct.
It's not between this. This has already been spent.
That's right.
Yes, so this has already been spent. It's this delta right there. That's the only money we have left. No, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay, so from the 39, we only have from the 39 to the 26 that we can write a resolution for.
That's correct.
39 to the 26.
That's what we have technically in the bank. We might have more in the bank, but it's under
Okay,
contract.
well then it's 13 million, either way,
That's
13.8,
what I've been
either
saying.
way.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So it's 13.8 instead of the 14. So then you're gonna get us something to show that 13.8 as well. So we're gonna
Yes.
get something separate for the 6 million, even though you said you spent some money. So
Right.
I'm just putting an asterisk by the 6 million number,
Right.
only because I don't have anything in front of me. So you're gonna get us something for that, and then you're gonna get us something for the 13.8.
Right.
All right,
Madam Chair.
I yield.
Mr. Moore, I'm confused on the 6 million because we've allocated it. So we technically have it under contract somewhere, so it's not available to us,
The
correct?
26 million has been allocated. We
I'm
have
sorry?
that, the 26
I'm
million.
talking about the 287 number now. Sorry, I'm switching back.
Okay. The 6 million, that's under contract.
That's,
yes.
so it's not available to us at all.
You can't spend that money because that's under
So
contract.
we shouldn't even be discussing that because that's out the door.
That's right. We've already allocated, those are the
Yeah.
contracts that we're trying to make sure get
So
spent.
what is the $2 million that keeps getting brought up
That's the money that, if you look at the amount that was for contingency, and I think there's a
so
slide
we
on
still
that.
have contingency in the original 287 number? Because we can't obligate under contingency, so that date is passed.
The contingency you could still spend, that wasn't.
I understand. So, so the contingency money, we didn't move over to the 101?
That went over, contingency's in the 101, yes.
Okay, so the original ARPA dollars, the 2 million, that's, you keep saying that they're,
We did not, there's no contract for the contingency amount.
but that's already in the 101 number.
That's in the 101 fund right now.
That's what I understand. Okay, so the original 287 number, there's no contingency. That number's been spent, right? So there's
Yes,
no,
that's correct.
obviously, it's been allocated. I don't know if it's been spent yet.
It hasn't been spent.
It's
but
been
we've
contracted out.
allocated. If we don't spend it, we have to set it back.
Correct. That money is gone. All
Right.
intents and purposes, is it going to be spent or is it going to be sent back to the mothership, right?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
You said correct.
Yeah. I yield.
Request for, Madam Chair. Mr. Moore, I think you mentioned to Mr. Moore, can you, so what was the amount that would be sent back to the mothership according to Councilman Pfeiffer? What was that amount?
For which amount were you talking
He
about?
said that if we don't spend the money,
Okay,
what was,
we
I
have
think
54.
Mr. Morley had that amount. I didn't catch it.
We have $54 million obligated under the ARPA rules, and we've spent 48 million of that. The $6 million difference has to be spent between now and the end of the year.
Now through December 31st. So that's the 6 million that may go back if we don't spend.
That's
it.
correct.
Okay, and thank you. And then, Madam Chair, to you, you said there was chatter. Do you have about ARPA that's being spent? Do you have a dollar amount for the chatter amount that was being spent without council approval?
No.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Moore, I also want to be clear in terms of the community grants, because we specifically set aside $18 million, and then we allocated in specific categories to be spent. So we never got through those categories. So you will have answers to how much of those funds are left, because for what you're saying, those dollars are already allocated. So it sounds like that they may be underneath the federal guidelines because it's already been allocated.
I believe I understand your question. I believe the answer is yes for that. I had the money that's the $54 million that followed all the categories that was originally set up by the city council. And those are the dollars that were spent in those different categories. If you look at this presentation, the numbers that are unallocated to the far right, those dollars have been moved to the general fund.
You said that they have been removed?
They have been moved to the general fund at this point. For example, if you look at the economic development, uh,
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
just get them answered next meeting.
Okay, that's our time. All right, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to close that out. It's now time for the consent agenda. Entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward to send the consent agenda to council. Is there any separations? Are
Madam-
there any?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I want to do 260089.
Just a second.
.1,
Okay,
260091,
okay,
260108,
okay.
260110. And I think my other colleagues wanted to do the other one, so I'll let them, that's it for me.
Is there any other, are there any other separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I want to do 260111
Okay,
and 260113.
113, okay. Is there any other, are there any other separations? Any other separations? Any other separations? Go ahead.
I don't have a separation. I just didn't catch all of the separations. I'm sorry.
The separations are 260089.1, 260091, 260108, 260110, 260111, and 260113.
I want to, Madam Chair,
Yes,
260073.
okay. Okay, so the consent agenda consists of 260109, Jack Doheny, supply parts and repairs for the Vector combination vehicles. And hiring our auditor for the fiscal year 26, 27, and 28 with Raymond Robeson. Actually, I think their name is Raymond, not Robeson too. But anyways, so those are our resolutions, and this is the vote to send the consent agenda to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Those will be sent to council. Our first separation is I'm sorry, I was looking at my, do we have any officers here?
No.
I'm going to ask you to leave, please. You in the jacket, right? What, that's standing up in the back right now with I'm asking you to leave because of the fight. That was. I'm asking you to leave this meeting, please.
Judy don't even have an officer. She's still sitting
Huh?
there.
No, I know.
Well, you're gonna have to issue both. Ain't my problem. They seem to be fine.
Yep, disrupting the meeting. I'm asking you to leave.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Did you give her, did she have a first warning?
No, she did not.
Well, Madam Chair, that, according to council rules, she had to get a warning first.
I'm giving, and this is your warning. Let's go on while we're waiting. Resolution 260073. Yep, that's right.
No, I did not. Thank you.
Yes. Our first resolution is separated resolution, and I am waiting for our officers to arrive. 260073. I'll entertain a motion.
He got to give up his free.
Go ahead. I entertain. Let's go ahead and go on while we're waiting, or?
Are we voting?
I asked, we did vote on the consent agenda.
We did a roll call?
I think, oh, did I miss the vote? Yeah, it was all of us, wasn't it? No, yes? I can't, yes. Yes, we did. And then I was starting to go to the consent agenda. And I was,
Motion to send 260073 to council.
there's a motion on the floor to send 260073 to council. Is there support?
She's been texting.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 1st ward. 6th, sorry. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? This is the vote to send 260073 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Bichette? Mr. Pfeiffer? On 260073 to send to council?
I asked 3 times.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Okay. Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. El-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
We have 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separation is 260089.1, amended resolution, accepted Genesee County Senior Millage Funding, Eric Mays Senior and Community Center.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to send resolution 260089.1 to council.
Support.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 1st ward, to send resolution 260089.1 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there anyone from the administration who can answer questions about additional funding for the center?
Is there anyone who can answer questions on the funding for the May Center? Is there anyone Okay. Mr. Morris coming.
You were the chosen one, Mr. Moore. Do we have, we had asked prior, a complete budget and how much it would take for running the center, operating costs, salaries. We didn't get that.
I believe I did that verbally. I don't think we may not have passed it out, but I think I gave it to the council.
Hold on just a
verbally.
second. Christelle, the static, do we know where it's
It's
coming
in
from?
the park fund. That, they're,
Their microphones, if they're not using them right now, maybe that would clear it up.
there were two parts to the budget. The staffing came from ARPA dollars, and the supplies and other things came from the park fund.
So we're funding the one part, which the Genesee County Senior Millage, which is, I believe they were granted the $54,744. And then the other part of the budget, which is over what million? How much is it out of that?
But we're not budgeting $1 million for the.
And that was for 2 years though, wasn't it? For 2 centers for 2 years. I think that's the breakdown that you gave us.
Okay, but that included more than just,
Huh?
if you talk about the ARPA resolution, that included more than just the positions for the Mays Center.
So what is the breakdown of how much it costs just to run the Mays Center? And how much of that, and how much are we using in ARPA funds, general funds? We know the 54,000, but if the salary is 85,000 for the director for that center,
Right.
we know that we still have to come up with, we have people here today stating they were not paid for services. They, were paid one time, have not been paid again for the programming. So where is the budget for the Mays Center?
For the programming piece comes out of the park fund.
The programming was coming out of the ARPA fund,
No, the park fund,
the park fund,
right.
and this park fund, that's a new fund, right?
No, we've had that for years.
But it's been because we didn't have parks. I think that's where we were talked about. We didn't know how much is in the park fund?
Ooh, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can.
Request for information. We asked him the same question last time, and he was supposed to give it to us.
Yes, could you repeat that again? Because I couldn't hear the static. Could you repeat that?
Not a problem. This is a reoccurring question that we asked Mr. Moore last meeting that I asked. So he said that he had the answer, so.
Thank you. Thank you. And so if we can get the park fund, Councilmember Lewis has asked for it before, she said, I guess a couple of times. If we can get what's in the park fund, because if we're doing, where's the 54,000 going to? Is it going to programming, the different activities? It's not enough to cover an $85,000 salary plus fringe benefits. So we can get what it costs to run the Mays Center. That's all we're asking.
Okay.
The cost, the programming. We don't need to put McKinley on there because I think the one that we received it was 1 million and it had 2 centers. We want specifically, please, just the Mays Center because
Okay.
54,000 does not even fund the director. We still 30,000 short, actually 31,000 short. And so if we could have that, please, so that when residents come, this is not on city council. This is not city council issue. As Councilmember Lewis has stated, she's been asking, and we've had this conversation, and we can please get it so that the people and the seniors at the Mays Center don't have to come here with misinformation, and we don't get called obstructionists and terrorists from Mayor Neely. I don't like that. and he'll press conference and not tell the truth. Or we can say he will lie, because we're asking just the Mays Center, please, how much it is for that budget, so that we'll know where that 54,000 fits in. You know, where's that 54,000 that's granted from the county? Where are we plugging that into their budget? Because right now we don't see where we're plugging it into the budget, other than it's 54,000. Council don't ask us about what you're going to do with it. Just vote yes on it. And we're not doing that. We want to see the budget. Where is it plugged into? Because we want to make sure our seniors are well taken care of. We have not seen the budget. So if you can please get that. This is not a Flint City Council issue. This is an administration issue. I want to be perfectly clear on that. I yield the floor.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate, Mr. Moore, that was one of my major concerns. Never heard of the park fund. Didn't know that we had one, because to my knowledge, all park things were handled by the county. So again, I echo the same sentiments. Could you please bring a total so we can have an understanding? So I see a gentleman just walked up right beside you. So Madam Chair, through you to.
RL, please sit down. RL, please sit down. RL. Go ahead.
Okay, so I
RL,
thought he had something to
please
add.
do not shout out. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so through you, I thought he had something to add.
Yeah, we have a millage for Parks and Recreation.
Okay.
And the city has had that for years. I don't know when it started, but had it for a long time. And this was part of that program. Most of the dollars that we have in the Parks Fund is used to pay the county to maintain our parks.
Okay, so out of this fund, we pay the county to maintain?
Yes,
And it's a millage that comes to the city?
yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks for sharing that. Now, if you could just give us a breakdown of, okay, if it's a millage, how much is the millage bringing in?
Oh.
And then, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
I can say it. I just, I've prepared I have the expenses for this fiscal year to date. I can send that to you if you'd like.
Well,
I couldn't hear you.
so you said that you have it and you would send it to me?
No, I can send it to you if you'd like it.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. If you could send it to the clerk, so the clerk can send it to everyone
Right.
on the body. So it'll have down the millage as well as the reoccurring expenses, correct?
Okay, right.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Looking forward to receive. Now, when can we receive this?
Pardon?
So when will we receive this?
I can send it to the clerk tomorrow.
You said tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Moore, how much money are we funding how much are we using of the Parks Fund to fund the Mays Center?
It's not much. It's like, I won't say it's under 100,000. I want to say it's like 50 or 60,000.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the budget and I'm trying to figure out which number, do you happen to know how much we're given to the county?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I know last time I think it was like 600,000 or something, but
It's in
we
that
also get
ballpark.
$500,000 from the Mott Foundation for that, right?
The Mott Foundation also contributes to that, yes.
Is the Mott Foundation grant included in your budget numbers or no?
Not in the park, not in that part of the budget. Show up in the other funds or other grant funds.
But we just basically get that and give it directly to the
That's
county,
correct.
correct?
We're a pass-through for that.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, through the chair, did we put any ARPA funds, 101, 287, into that Parks Fund?
No,
Okay, so none of those funds were put in there.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other in the second round? Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, because I believe we did allocate ARPA funds for parks.
Right, yes.
So where did they go?
Ooh, I'm not on the program expert on that.
I think we went to keep Genesee beautiful.
You need to talk to someone from the program side to do that.
So because we had $30,000 allocations, correct? So what fund did those go into or come from? For the wards, when there were the
Oh, 30,
287?
the general fund part of ARPA, yes.
So it came from 287? So
No,
then,
101, the general fund, ARPA,
so it came from 101.
right.
I recall at that same time that we passed funding for ARPA for parks, so it was the same time Councilman Murphy passed, his 30,000, did something for Dewey Park as well. They didn't go into the same or come out of the same?
They didn't go into that, no, they went in different spots or different funds. The Parks Fund is a millage and it's.
No, but I'm saying we specifically used ARPA money for parks.
Right, yes. And that was done out of the, for Murphy, that was done out of the general fund, ARPA.
What's the number on that?
It's, was 101.
But the money the council passed specifically for parks, because we did pass ARPA
did-
money for parks.
You did pass the
Where
resolution for the,
where did that come out of?
that came out of the general fund.
Which is what?
101.
Okay.
101.
Okay, then I don't think you understood Ms. Burns' question.
Yeah, because I want to know how much.
Yeah, but he said none of it came out of there. I don't think he understood what you were asking.
But none of the ARPA dollars went into the Parks Fund itself.
Right.
Because most of what that fund is used for is contracting with the county.
I got you. I'm with you. Okay, thank you. I'm with you. All right, I make a motion that we send this to Special Affairs.
It's a motion on the floor to send resolution 260089.1 to Special Affairs. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared's not in. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Okay.
before we move to the next resolution.
I've just a second. The vote, it was 7
I'm sorry.
yes, 0 no. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That was moved to Special Affairs with the intent on getting that information, just so we're clear.
Okay.
Okay.
The next resolution is 260091.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to send 260091, which is the initiate process for hiring sign language interpreters, city council meetings to council.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the council. It's been the motion was made by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward to send 260091 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair. Go ahead.
I heard you both at the same time. So go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, you stated at our last meeting that you would be able to, that there should be funds other than our opioid, but 30% of our opioid funds can be used for services other than opioids so that the public knows, because it has been used by this administration for everything else under 75,000. So, Mr. Moore, did you find a fund to pay this, or an account to pay?
I would recommend we take it out of the general funds, would be my recommendation. I don't have any problems with taking it out of the opioid fund, but my recommendation would be the general fund.
So we need to, you're recommending out of the general fund?
Right.
Okay. That's my only question. Did you have the fund or the account that we would take it out of? That was easy.
Okay.
So, thank you. I don't know if my colleagues have any more questions. We're gonna need
Can
to
we
change
keep
it.
going on with the, did you want to make a motion? Is that what you
Madam-
thought was?
Yeah, I mean, I can amend it unless Ken.
Go ahead then.
You can go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to change the resolution to have it to come out of the general fund, which would be a .1.
Is, okay, yep, okay. There's a motion on the floor to have the funding from the general fund instead of the opioid settlement funds. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there any discussion on this? Oh, I don't think there's any discussion on amendment, or, yes. That's what I was just saying. Yep, the vote, and then, so this is the vote to make 260091, 260091.1, with the change being funding source from the opioid settlement funds to general fund. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared? Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. I will now entertain a motion to,
Send to council.
there's a motion on the floor to send 260091.1 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 8th ward, supported by councilwoman in the 7th ward to send 260091 to council. Is any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So this hasn't changed one bit since the last time we discussed it. To me, this is basically a useless resolution. What does initiate the process mean? Like we're initiate the process, but we don't know what the money's going to be spent on. So if this is just to initiate the process, why are we allocating dollars? Wouldn't contracts come before us? I don't understand the point of this resolution. If it's to initiate the process, yes, well, let's initiate the process, but why are we putting dollars on it if we're just initiating the process? Shouldn't we get quotes and everything else? Are we saying that we're allowing the clerk to spend the $25,000 just on whatever she wants? My objections to this still stand as the last time. I think we need it, but I just don't think that this resolution gets us to where we want to go, because I don't understand this. I mean, we can't even get the static out of our speakers, and we want to do technology upgrades allegedly to get this going. So, yeah, I'm still a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote to send 260091.1 to council.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Nope.
Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm sorry.
No.
6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 260108, change order number 1 for Detroit Salt. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, before I go with the motion, I am getting complaints also from people watching online that they can't hear because of the static. Is there anything we can do about it? No? Okay, thank you. Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to move 260108 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 260108 to council. Is there support? Support. Supported by the councilwoman, 6th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Who's here from the administration, to you, to whomever orders
Here we go.
salt, sand, all the stuff that keeps our winter streets safe? How are you?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
Good.
Great. I'm
What's your
George
name?
Johnson. I'm George Johnson, Street Maintenance Foreman.
Nice to meet you,
And
George
pleasure to meet
Johnson.
you as well, all of you.
So here is my question. How much salt do we normally use, like on an average?
Oh, wow. It's really hard to say exactly because it depends on the weather, how much snow we get.
Can you use
But-
the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Even though we have the static.
I got you. It's really hard to say exactly. Depends on the temperatures and the weather and how much we get. But on an average, you could be talking about anywhere from 20 to 50 ton, 20 ton a year. I mean, 20,000 a year, easy. We have our salt barn hold up to almost 6,000 ton a day. I mean, full capacity, 5 to 6. So, we fill it up at least 4 times a year, easy. And we try to make sure that it's filled to start back up in the beginning of the year because we never know what we're going to get.
So this is the time that you order the salt in springtime for the year coming, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we were short of salt mixed with sand this year. And we did have a hard winter. And also, we did not get our side streets plowed because the city wouldn't pay overtime.
Well, not necessarily because they wouldn't pay overtime, but the thing that happened is that we only go into the residential areas when we get 4 inches or more. And that's been policy for a long time. I've been with the city for 36 years. So that's been policy ever since I've been with the city.
So how many times did we not have 4 inches? Because some of our side streets were ice skating rinks. And one thing we know, people were running into stop signs, even though stop signs are optional in some places in Flint.
Correct.
But there was a problem. And the side streets weren't plowed. And I know how much snow, do we know how much snow that we got this year?
I don't remember the grand total for the whole year, but I do know that it was excessive. We haven't had as much snow since 2000 actually.
Since the year 2000?
Year 2000,
So we had a larger amount of snow and cold days.
yes.
Because we also had a lot of, if the sun came out, it melted and it froze back up.
Correct.
And so how much overtime was used since we're 26 years since the weather has been this bad? How much overtime was used to clear our roads?
I don't have that number.
You don't have that
I don't
number?
have that number right now to be able to give you, but I do know that this year that they were out a whole lot trying to make sure that the roads were clear. You can only do what you can with, the equipment and downtime, failure with these trucks and stuff like that. So That's
Yeah, I
all.
mean, in the 26 years, I mean, that's a long time. So the roads are hazardous. I received a lot of calls.
Mhm.
Bradley Hill area is in my ward. And so Glendale Hills, that meant people sliding down the hill.
Mhm.
And so, which is dangerous. And so I know that we had a lot. And so I was contacted and said that with the sand salt mix, that it got to a point to where with overtime, the amount of roads that we needed to clear, and you do get help with the county roads and state roads, correct?
Not in the city, no.
They don't do Corona Road?
No, they do Corona Road, but not our city.
They do
They
Dorr
do Dorr
Highway?
Highway, they do Corona Road, and parts of Court Street through downtown.
Right, so they do some
Truck
of the roads.
lines, truck
Yes,
lines.
Yes, they do some of the roads. And so the side roads, some of them never got plowed, it seemed like.
Well, let me say this, if they did, they were probably just missed for whatever, some, and I don't really think that they were actually missed, but a lot of times when you get snow and then it re-snows again, it seems as if they were not touched. But I don't know if there were any areas that just wasn't hit at all this year.
Okay, so was it an issue, you didn't know if there was, the overtime. I know with the amount of snow that we got, we went days where the snow was just,
Well, the first thing you have to do, we have to make sure that the majors are safe first, because they're fast driven, and people, I hate to say it, just don't slow down.
no, they don't.
So we have to make sure that the major streets are done first, and then we go into the residential.
So are you ordering the same amount of salt that you did last year for this upcoming winter?
Well, we try to make sure that the barn is filled to be able to start with a full capacity, because we don't know how much or how bad it's gonna be
Okay.
when it starts up.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, the same time last year, is that the same amount? Are you ordering more salt?
No, we're just trying to make sure that I won't say that it's more, but I'll say that it's equivalent to how much we have in there right now, as to how much we'll be adding to fill it to make.
Detroit salt ran low on salt.
Exactly.
And so there were times when we didn't have salt. We could not get salt this last winter. So what I'm saying is, in preparation, yes, we had 26 years. We need to make sure we're better prepared, because that's dangerous when you're driving. People already think we're the Autobahn, that the speed limits don't matter. So what I'm saying is, because Detroit salt, we couldn't get salt for them. So let's better prepare for the year coming up. That's what I'm saying I want to get at, because it's dangerous for you all to be out there too. And once that ice gets impacted, because we don't have a salt and a sand mix when it's way below freezing, we're just on a sheet of ice and it's a free for all. So I'm saying, are we preparing better? My time is going to be up.
Well, we are preparing for it. That's exactly what we're trying to do to make sure. Mhm.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
can you call Mr. Moore up, please?
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, do you have this resolution in front of you? Do you have this resolution?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the staff review and I'm a little confused. What is the budget dollar value that we have allocated for salt?
I guess I don't know that off the top of my head.
Because in the staff review, I don't know if you, in the staff review, it says that we have 280,550. Is that a number that you're familiar with?
Which, let me find it. Just a second.
So I guess my question is this number still included with the original budget, or we need to amend the
Yeah,
budget?
we do have money in the budget. And the way this resolution was explained to me is that very much wanted to have the salt delivered now because,
No, I understand that. And I understand what they're doing. I just am trying to make sure that, so we don't have to amend the budget? So
no.
So
The-
how
the
much,
major
how much is
street-
in the budget and how much have we
the
spent?
major, just to give you an idea, the major street fund, we budgeted for, I want to say it's like 15 million. We haven't even spent half of it at this point.
But don't we do a line item budget for salt or no?
No, that's under supplies, under the winter maintenance, for supplies. We're good.
And then, I'm sorry, can I have the other gentleman come back up?
Yep, he's coming.
Yeah, I didn't catch his name. We only have the capacity for this 80,000, or we have capacity for more than this?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So we're about to buy $80,000 worth of salt, correct?
Mhm.
Do we have the capacity for $100,000 of salt, or we only have the capacity for 80?
Well, we
How
have,
did we come up with this 80?
well, it's just a matter of the equivalency of how much we can get into our salt barn. And
So
that's what
this
we-
will put us at full
This
capacity?
should put us at full capacity.
Okay. I just want to make sure that, to Ms. Burns's point, that if there's a shortage for some reason, who knows what the hell war we're going to be in next, that if we have more capacity, we get it now. Does that make sense?
That's what we're trying to do.
So we have absolutely no more capacity after this.
Let's hope, I'm pretty sure that this is going to fill it up completely, our salt barn. So should take it to full capacity, yeah.
And then,
That's the goal, is to fill it up.
and then, can you give me a little insight on how long or how many, I don't want to say, how many salts can we get out of a full barn?
You can't predict that because that depends on the weather itself. That depends on how much snow you get.
Well, do we have it calculated that we need X amount of tons to cover the streets once, or no?
No, we got a total of 11 routes, okay? 7 we broke down to, but 11 routes. We have 11 trucks to go out in each route.
Okay,
Each truck carry with the equivalency of 8 yards
okay,
of material. So you figure if you have to take it out once, twice, depending on how much snow you get, how much ice you get, how cold it stays, and how the thawing and the refreezing. So you never know exactly how much salt you're going to end up. You try to go through one load, but ain't no guarantee.
so would we use less salt if the drivers plowed before they salted? Because I know a lot of the times they don't even drop the plow, they're just throwing salt on fresh snow.
The only time you drop the plow is if you're getting at least 1.5 to 2 inches of snow. Otherwise, you go through underbody blades and you end up tearing up your truck on bare pavement.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? And you want to finish your time on my time? Go ahead and finish answering his question.
No, that was-
Were you finished answering his question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I was going to give you time to finish. All right. Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
George Johnson, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I needed just a moment to remember. So I just want to make sure because there was, my mic is not. I just wanted to make sure, so thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer, for stating, we want to make sure just that we're better prepared. Because when we're cold, that means Michigan, is cold. And Detroit salt did run low. And I understand with it being 26 years, that was a long time in between that bad weather. I just want to make sure that we're better prepared is what I'm stating.
Well, that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of us wanting to make sure that we are prepared just in case, no matter what comes. We don't want to be short.
Right. And so, thank you for that. And so 2 inches, if it's below 2 inches, you're not dropping the plow, right?
Correct.
So if it's 2 inches or higher, the plow is getting dropped, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so did we drop the plow all those times, or did we just sign it,
On majors.
only on, oh, what are?
On your
what is
majors. Remember, that's what I spoke,
Thank
that's what I told you earlier. We only go into residentials when you got 4 inches or more.
Got it. So majors is 2, residential are 4.
And it does also depend, sometimes if you get a drift area, we might have to plow that back. It all depends, you know, you got a lot of
So
going on.
should we call, because I did a lot of calling Glendale Hills, because if it's an inch, you slide, or you can't get out your driveway.
Well, the thing about that is that you can apply the salt to it and plow it, and still, if the temperature is so low, you still very well may end up getting some slippery spots.
Right, but there was nothing, there was something like nothing done. And that's where you mix the sand with the salt, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, so we need to tell residents 2 for major, 4 for residential, and where do they find these stats to where, because I'm not out measuring snow. So where do they get the snow?
Well,
stats
we prejudge it. It's almost like.
Oh, you
dealing with-
prejudge it from
and,
what
and
point?
also the airports.
The airport, okay.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker, that 4 inches of snow, over what length of time is that accumulating? Is that in a 24-hour period? Is that, how is that determined?
That's determined over the overall, course of the snow, from the beginning of the time that it snows till the time that it actually stops snowing. I mean, you can't stop it until, you can't say, well, okay, you got 4 inches and it's still snowing.
Request for
That's it.
information.
What's your request?
I think he's saying, like, if it gets 2 inches today, and then next week we get 3 inches, and that's a cumulative of 5, does that?
No, it doesn't necessarily work like that, because see, that 2 inches that you got before may have melted down in between the days. So you got to go by the snowfall itself, the day that it comes, from the time that it comes until the time that it ends. Because otherwise, if we do it that way, the way you're talking about it, if we do it the way that you're talking about it, then we could end up saying 10 inches is out there on side streets, because it snowed 2 inches today, then it snowed 2 inches 2 days from now, and then another 2 inches on top of that 2 days from that. So now you got 6 inches over a period of 6 days. Well, that's not how it goes. It's how much you got in this snow.
Okay, yep, go ahead, Tanya.
So, Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you for the snow removal education. I appreciate it, so that we can give the correct information to and thank you for being out there. I know that this winter was a lot, and you really didn't have to go outside to see you can see it on your banisters, on your porch, the accumulations, on your flower pots if they were still out there. And so thank you for that. So now that we can give them the correct information, but we just need to make sure we got enough sand and salt in case we got ice. And thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that don't make sense in living in the community to say, okay, it has to snow 4 inches in one time, when over the course of a week, we might get 8 inches, and it doesn't qualify to get a plow in the side streets. To me, we need to amend that policy, because you know how many phone calls we get about streets not being plowed and over else? Like, we can't, how often do we get 4 inches accumulative in one time? Like it's over the course of several days. And if it's snowing over the course of 7 days, none of that's melting.
Well, let me to explain it to you. If we get where we're getting, let's say, traction from tires going to the residential areas. So just because they pull from the major streets, right? So if you got traction that's going into the area, salt is being carried from the tires going into your areas. That means that you don't have that same 2 inches in that area anymore.
So have you drove through our?
No.
That doesn't. You're saying that the streets in the neighborhoods, unless they get residual off of existing tires, we're not.
No, what I'm saying is that in certain areas, it is worse than others. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, but if you wait 2 days, surely some of that snow that has been compacted, tracked over, has melted down. You don't have the same 2 inches there anymore 2 days later. Your question that you asked me originally was if we get 2 inches today and then 2 inches 2 days from now, is that considered 4 inches? No, it is not. And it's not considered 4 inches because of the fact that when you go into the area today, you got the 2 inches, but it's been driven over and it has maybe melted down some. So now you don't have 4 inches in that area anymore. You may have still an inch on that street. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, I fully understand what you're saying. As a resident of this city, that policy pisses me off.
Well, I respect that, but the only thing about it, in a perfect world, you would love to be able to do that and go into the areas over and over and over again. But you don't have the salt, enough salt to be able to continue to go into all these areas every time that it snows.
I'm not saying salt. I'm saying at least drop a plow.
Even if you drop the plow, if you're dropping a plow on a street that has been compacted down, all you're doing is tearing up your underbodies and your plow. So your cost, we're going to come to you for more money to keep that up. It's a process.
I understand what you're saying.
It's a process.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, as a resident of the city, most of the side streets are impassable.
And I respect that.
And we're saying, oh, we don't want to drop a plow. We want the residents to suffer. To me, that's not a.
Well, that's not what we want, because my father, my family, they ride these streets just as well as I do. Okay, and I want them to be just as safe as I want everybody here to be safe. But there's still a policy that you can't. I can't keep putting salt on the street.
I'm not saying salt.
Or even continue to plow it and beat up and tear up the trucks and cause more damage to the trucks, because if it's got enough salt on it, we will come out and salt and plow it. Guaranteed. We don't want any street out there untouched. But there's a process.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? I'm going to just take a couple of seconds. First of all, glad I wasn't in school in the UP this year.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad I wasn't in the UP this year.
Yes.
Pardon? And
they don't use much salt though.
But only so much.
Exactly.
And I will tell you that at Lake Superior in the fall or in the spring, there's this much of compacted snow on the sidewalks because they don't plow on the weekends. So I also want to thank you for plowing Averill where it's drifted over, and it's something that we need to make a plan so that we can prevent that from happening from Longway Park. What is the plan for salting, like at intersections off the residential roads? I know on my street that I have to start
slowing down
way far back because I will slide right into Center Road.
Right.
Is there a plan, like if I have residents who sit there and say, hey, it's really slick out here, can I get some salt out? We can call you and you can salt that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a plan? Because this is consistent every winter.
And what we do to answer that for you, that's where we go with our salt sand mix, and we put a little bit, you can't use salt and sand on the major roads.
Right.
Because of the drainage and stuff like that. So what we do, we go through 50 feet before the stop sign, through the intersection, 50 feet past the stop sign, on through it, so that we can give you time for traction to stop and stuff like that. We can't do the whole street.
Right.
But a little bit in between and at the intersection, that's what we do.
Is there, do you have intersections that you should be doing that routinely? Do you have
On
a list of
hills,
that?
we do that like on hills where there's steep hills, and lights and curves, steep curves and lights and hills. Yes.
All right. So we'll talk, because I have a couple of streets in my ward that need that added to it, especially when they're going onto Center Road.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's the end of discussion. This is the vote to send resolution 260108 to council.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Johnson? Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 260110. I'll entertain and this is the contract with the Ace Saginaw Paving Company. I will entertain a motion. Yes, ma'am. The motion is made by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there any discussion? If I can get this stupid thing there. Go ahead.
You too, is George Johnson. You know, so hang around. Because how, can you tell me how many miles of road will be paved with this
$2,583,390.24. Right now, I think it's a total of, and I'm not accurate, but I think it's a total right now of 8 to 10 miles.
That's all 2 million giving us?
It goes, don't go too far, especially when you speak in major roads and you get everything that's entitled to it.
And major roads are 2 lanes and a turning lane. So this is 8 to 10 miles of road. What roads are being paved?
We're talking about Pearson Road. We're looking at Richfield Road, major, from Franklin to Branch, Ann Arbor, from Pershing, Zimmerman to Miller. Pardon me, not that section of it. Not that section of it, yes. Davison Road. Pardon me? At Pershing is Pershing. Yeah, exactly.
And everything merged, okay.
Right. On through to Hammerberg there, right. Okay. You'll be going southbound. Also, Davison Road from Lewis to Dort Highway.
Which is a mess.
Okay, that's another one. And Stewart Avenue from Saginaw Street to, from Saginaw Street to Andrews.
And that's it?
Franklin.
Roughly, yes.
Okay, so Ballinger is terrible.
Yes, it is.
Ballinger is terrible. It's getting at the goal, Holland, well, and one, here's a pothole so big, here's the side of the car. Live here. And our roads are, I don't use Spanish while I'm here.
Nor do I.
Because when I'm on a different road outside of the plant, you hear the difference. Our roads are horrible all over.
Yeah.
And it's giving me your car, it will shake your stuff a little, it will crack your rim. I mean, and do not ride until you put in the right-hand lane. Those are the worst lanes. So,
Curb lanes, yes.
yeah, they're horrible. And so we talk about what needs to be paved, honestly. And when I call to complain as residents, and I hear a lot, to say that it is this road, I'm like, you know, I have people with 3 houses that they didn't get.
Yeah.
So, the dog, Copeland, we can cover the road, in our right-hand lane, we got a pothole that needs to be done, that's by the highway.
Okay,
And that is really a good job.
I'm in agreement.
And so are you looking to roll all this, or is all of this contracted out?
No, these that I just spoke to you on, we will be doing.
Do you have any roads that are contracted out?
We do have some roads that will be contracted because we can't do all of them ourselves. But we do have some, that I think they're more in local right now. I don't have the list on those right now. But we do have some that will be contracted out as well, which we do every year.
Can we get the list, we asked for this before? I would like a list of the roads so that we know, and the ones that have been paid, so that we can keep track. I would like to know that. And it's hard to say, because it's really Flint needs paid,
Yes.
and our roads are horrible too, in addition, because we had cutouts on the roads because of the service line replacement. So if there was water, state should be paying the Flint, actually, in the federal government. We should not have to be doing this. And we need people in Lansing to be advocating for this. Every road had a cutout on it, there was water. And those roads, that fractures the road, and you can see, and the dips with the sewers. I remember what street, Miller Road, by the Sunoco.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
That's actually a really good segue, Councilwoman Burns, to what my next question was going to be. The state government recently passed in the budget something to do with neighborhood roads. What's the formula for us in that funding, and what neighborhood roads are we paving out of that funding?
Well, we will be doing some residentials as well. I don't know, we haven't got the total list as to right now, as to where we're going to be going in residents. We're trying to get these majors that we got on file right now. We're trying to get those taken care of. But we do have a plan to be going as far as trying to get some residentials done as well.
Right, and
And
the state did pass something in the budget for neighborhood roads specifically. So, with the formula that they're using, how much money does that translate to for Flint neighborhood roads?
Well,
neighborhood streets.
I don't want to give you because I can't give you an accurate number on that right now. So I would rather hold off before I state that, because I don't want to be quoted, he said, well, this is how much. I can't give you a definite on that right now.
All right, how soon
But
can
there
you get
is
me?
some allocated for it. I do know that.
Correct. How soon can you get me where Flint fits in that formula, and how many streets we will plan to pave, neighborhood streets that we will plan to pave with that money?
I'm sure your next meeting that you should be able to have some answers to that.
Answers, or can you get something sent before that meeting?
Oh, I'm sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes.
I yield.
Anyone else in the first round?
Oh, wait.
Oh. Yep,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
Can you tell me exactly how the grading process, or who determines which roads get done? Is there a grading process, and what does that look like?
The grading process goes from like 1 through 10
Okay.
as to the degradation of the roads.
1 being bad, 10 being, or
1 being good and 10 being the worst.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we look at them as like, it might be.
Okay, let me stop you there. 1 being good, 10 being bad. How many 10s do we have?
Wow. Wow.
So
I
I
can't even give you-
understand that, and that's kind of a rhetorical
Right.
question. I know that there's a lot of them. So if we have a lot of 10s, how does a 10 make it onto this list versus being left off the
Well,
list?
if it's at a 10, then you're talking about a total overhaul.
Okay.
Which means curb, gutter, everything is
So
bad.
none of these are 10s.
No, these are not 10s here. These are milled streets that will be milling down and resurfacing.
So are these a 7? What are these?
These will be more like 5s.
These are 5s.
4 or 5. Well,
I'd hate
some
to,
of them.
I'd like to see, is there?
Don't quote me, because I am not the one that judged these streets that
Okay.
we're talking about on this list. I'm just saying my perspective may be 4 or 5 up in there, maybe even a little bit higher. But I'm not sure who.
If these,
graded
I'm
them.
about to say, if these are 5s, I mean, just because I drove on Richfield today from Dort
That's terrible.
to Western, it's a third world country road. Like literally, I don't understand how.
Well, when you ask me that question, you saying these, but you
No,
actually-
I know, and I'm trying to figure out why a road like
Some of
that
those are
was
even worse.
left off.
Some of these are worse than the ones that are on here, are worse than others that are on here. You know, you got some of these streets here, we got them, a bunch of them on here that needs to be paved, but one is worse than the other. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
So which one of these are rated? If you'd asked me what streets are what number, I probably could have given you a better answer. But if
Yeah.
you telling me are these streets, well, all of them are on a different scale.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out how a street makes it on this list and a street gets left off the list.
Well, we don't just go after all of the dangerous streets, let me say per se. We try to fix some in every area so that we can fix some in every ward. So we try to spread it out with the monies that we have to work with. So this way, all of you get some done.
So, okay.
This way, all of you get some done. So we try to pick out what we can do in your wards.
So this is only funding. So this is all the funding that we're going to allocate for the entire summer, correct?
I'm not, I can't answer that question. I can't.
Well, I mean,
I
is
can't
this
say that
your
that's
capacity?
Pardon me?
Is this amount of work the city's capacity on paving?
I'm not, you know, what I find out is that since I've been here, we always get asked to do a little bit more at the end of the year or something, you know, something always gets added. You know, it's never, is this the end? When you're talking about a city because emergencies come up, you never know, is this the end? Is anything ever the end?
So are we going to have so are you aware of any minor roads that we're going to grind and re-asphalt?
Minor? No, not if we're going to grind it. If it's a minor, then we may just do an overcap on it or whatnot, but I don't know of anything right now that we're doing that's just minor.
Okay.
We got a lot of roads out there that are really bad that we're trying to focus on. And, you know, we really try to focus on what's really bad in each ward and try to do something about it, what we can do something about. That's what we try to take care of, but it ain't no guarantee that we're going to get to everything, but we try.
No, I hear you. Go back to the plowing thing. It's like
Correct.
all the neighborhood streets are getting dilapidated and left behind, and we're not doing anything we're not really doing anything trying to upkeep the neighborhoods.
It's like if we pave something in your ward, we might end up, somebody gonna feel something neglected in their ward.
Sure.
You know, it's not a perfect world we live in.
No, I know, but I think that's why we would hope that the administration would be unbiased and just do the worst of the worst. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So through you to the speaker, question. So, is Hamilton on your list?
We do have, I think, Hamilton. It's not on this list, but it is on the one that we have, I think another section. We do have Hamilton down, if I'm not mistaken. I think we do have part of Hamilton on there.
You said you think?
I'm pretty sure, I think I seen it, but I don't want to quote right now for sure, but I'm pretty sure that it is on there. Because I do remember seeing Hamilton somewhere. So I don't know when, but I do know that it should be on the forthcoming list.
Okay, thank you.
Just not this one right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I know Mr. McGaha, before he left, he was stating that Hamilton was a priority because that's pretty terrible as well.
Yes, it is.
By Lear and then by King, Hamilton is a bad street.
Is Hamilton?
Yeah, Hamilton is terrible.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes.
So, okay, well, my other question is, understanding that you all have a ranking system, are you all open to council feedback and the priority of these? Because I know that multiple streets, they do have pretty bad rankings. So is administration willing to collaborate with council members in identifying those things? Because some council members,
I'm sure they would be.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure that they, you know, we always try to oblige in any way we can. So I'm sure that You know, it doesn't mean that I'm saying that if you ask for something that is going to be guaranteed that you're going to get it. That's not what I'm saying.
I understand.
But what I am saying is that we will try to accommodate for everybody's ward as much as we possibly can.
Okay, so I think that may be a good idea for administration. Keeping in mind that we do have a lot of streets that are pretty terrible, but to collaborate with the council member to identify, the most problematic pieces. Because I had people that text me and told me how their tires were tore up and who could they contact.
We have hit, you could call our number 810-766-7435, you know, and complain about it. I mean, or call you all, and you all just call, you know where to call you. I mean, y'all call all the time, right? So you know where to call.
Yeah, so no, so that wasn't what I was saying. I was just saying hopefully that we can collaborate, administration and council members, to update the list, to make sure that the list is reflecting the needs of our specific wards. That's all I was saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you I'm sure that if you contact someone down at the yards or whatnot, it's going to get back and you will have to go from there. I can't guarantee, who you go talk to exactly.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rickland.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? I'm going to take a few minutes and thank you very much for finally getting Davison Road on that list.
Yes.
And then part of Franklin. Richfield Road is, I think, worse than Davison.
Terrible.
So that's between Western and even Averill, even farther down, all the way
City
down to Center
limits.
Road. And I
Yes.
know that's not on the list right now.
Right.
But the entire Davison Road to Center Road from Lewis is on the list. It's just that this contract only takes it up to Dort Highway.
Yes.
So anyways, I want to thank you very much for that. And that's what I wanted to say. Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I know you're probably tired of me, George.
No, I'm not tired of you. It's okay.
Because I get these calls. So question, so do you keep a list of the roads as they're rated? So the name of the system is called the PACER system for rating the roads. Is that correct?
Paving system?
The rating, like the bad road, like a road where you might lose your front and your back tire. I don't know, you might lose all four in Flint.
They've been called a lot, so I don't.
So the name of the system, I believe, is called the PACER system.
PACER system.
Do you have with the ratings, you said 1 through 10, do you have a list of the roads and who rates them and how often are you rating the roads?
Well, the thing being is that, we don't grade every road in the city every year. We do ride them, and we have foreman that goes into different areas to look at different roads or whatnot. We have a general idea as to which ones are real bad, so we try to put our heads together and try to come up with what we can do that's feasible.
Okay, so
And try to get something done in each ward.
right, and sometimes we're moving around, and I think looking at how well traveled is a road and how the area is populated, it would make more sense if we're doing more traveled roads and more populated where people are traveling those roads. So Beecher Road, a mess. Beecher and Corona. Ballinger Road, the part that y'all didn't do. And I don't know what's going around these potholes because you getting the 6 inches dips, like you go around them after the road has been paved, which creates another issue. And that was a contractor that paved Ballinger right by, was it the Burger King? That's right there. And so if a road is, say today, a 5, or 2 years ago was a 5, a heavy winter, that road might be a 9 or a 10 or 8. And that's an issue because the roads don't get better. And definitely we had a hard winter. So no one is out rating the roads with the PACER system for travel or safety.
And what happens is that you try to put a list together because you try to.
Are you short-staffed?
Not really short-staffed. We always can use more bodies, but you got to be able to have somewhere to, to place them too.
Right.
But no, we're not really just short-staffed. But what it is that we have when you go by a list, you try to get what you've done on that list and you try to prepare for the next year as well. So you try to come up with a list for the next coming year as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think we need to be telling our congressmen and women, our senators and our state reps, Flint needs money for paving every single street in Flint.
I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Any other discussion in this, any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send resolution 260110 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. We have, next one is 26011, change order with Raymond Robinson LLC, fiscal year 2024 audit. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we send resolution 260111 to council.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, seconded by the councilman in the 1st ward to send 26011 to council. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Do we have the invoice for this? Like, there's no backup on any of this.
I don't know. Davina's ill today. I haven't seen it. Mr. Moore, do you happen to know the answer about the change order for Raymond?
And the audit for fiscal year 24 has been done for a minute, right? So,
They're doing the review right now.
so why are we just now getting a change order for fiscal year 24?
I can't answer it.
Oh,
The
excuse me.
invoices go to the clerk's office rather than,
So when did we get this invoice?
I think we just got it.
So why are we just getting an invoice for fiscal year 24?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
So Ms. Donahue is not here to answer any of those questions. And so she gets the, she gets the invoices and you don't see them, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay, so you have no idea, did you know that this invoice was out there, it was coming?
I knew what was coming about a month ago.
So what significant delays due to errors in the cities, because this is your tenure, so why are they billing us $63,000 saying that you weren't prepared?
The 24 audit happened right after the hack.
Right after what?
Right after we had the cyber attack.
Okay.
And the one audit ended, and within about a week, they were here for the next audit. We hadn't even had time to check to make sure that the trial balance, our trial balance agreed with the audit report at that point.
So, Mr. Moore, explain to me why so if there was a delay, I get a delay, so why did they expend, a delay should just be they couldn't do any work, so are we getting billed for their downtime? Or are they saying they had $63,000 of extra labor?
I'm sure they did have some extra labor. We did have some extra, there was some extra work being done.
Because 63,000 is basically, equivalent to a good portion of a full-time employee's salary for a year. So what did we, how do I'm trying to be polite, which is a first.
Right.
How did we add almost a 2,000 man hour, or I don't know what's their billing hourly rate, but how did we add $63,000 of extra work to their, that's quite a big number of hours, right?
It is. There was, we had quite a bit of work to be done with the capital assets Trying to decipher what had been done previously was difficult, and we spent a lot of time working on that. We also had a lot of work to be done in the grant management side of things.
Okay. I'm just, every year, we get the same spiel, and I think I think every year since I've been on council, every year, we get a big change order because they come back and say the administration delayed or screwed them or somehow, like, every single year, I believe, it's been that way, so. And every year I say, well, every year I get told it's not going to be that way because we did X, Y, and Z, but every year it is.
The thing which has really hurt the city has been the turnover of staff. If you want to keep the cost down, you have to have consistent staff from year to year.
Well, so is this, because this doesn't say where it's being paid or anything, so this resolution, did you put this resolution together?
No, I
So
just
this
saw.
doesn't have account numbers on it, it doesn't have a signature, and I was told we weren't approving anything that doesn't have the attorney's signature on it, so what account is this being paid out of? So because we paid it out of our account for the main one, so should this be coming out of your account?
That would be fine. I don't have a,
Thank
that's
you.
fine if you do. It doesn't, to me, which fund
Thank you.
account it comes out of doesn't make much difference to me. If you
Any
want to
other
take out of my
discussion?
account, that's fine. If you want to take out of your account, that's fine.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, that was his time, so I have to cut you off. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Moore.
Go ahead and continue.
No, I'm completed. I'm done.
You were sharing that that it can come out of a different fund.
Yeah, it doesn't, from my perspective, it doesn't make a difference whether it comes out of the finance department or the city council. It comes out of the same fund and it ends up the same place, so it's okay. Either way.
I don't know what account he wants it to come out of. I don't think it should come out of our budget, but I'm not voting for this without seeing that invoice, so I don't care.
Mr. Moore,
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, still the question of the actual invoice itself. How do you go about getting us a copy of that?
Yeah.
Or who should be able to provide that copy? Is that the clerk?
I assume that the clerk has that. I don't really know. I haven't seen it.
Okay, Madam Chair, through you
Yes.
to Madam Secretary, if we can get a referral for the invoice associated with this resolution, please.
I do know that when I first started hearing that this was coming, the auditors do have a portal where I can check this. I did check for the invoice, and when I did check, it wasn't there yet. So I don't know the.
Yeah, and then for the sake of having the latitude to do other things with funding within the budget, I would ask Mr. Moore if you would send to Madam Clerk the account number that we can charge this additional $60,000 to.
Yeah,
And then
we can provide
then
an
we
account
can
number.
look to get that all squared away in whatever kind of amendment we need to do thereafter. I think I'm good with questioning it at this time. I yield.
Is there anybody else in this round of discussion? Anybody in the second round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer.
So, Mr. Moore, I know that this isn't necessarily you, but to me, this is a little troubling that you haven't seen the invoice and like, is there no checks and balances on if this is a valid invoice and they actually,
I do know the auditors have been talking about, have told me that there's going to be a change order, but I have not seen the invoice yet. I know that I looked for it once in anticipation of it.
So is there, is there no checks and balances on if
There is, I mean, before we'll pay it, we obviously have to have an invoice.
No, I understand that, but like, if they charged us 120,000 instead of 60,000, like, is there anybody that's going to check to see if that's a valid invoice, meaning that they actually did the work, or that they are claiming that they did, or the extra time that they put in?
Yes, we will look at that. If you'll notice that the resolution doesn't have some signatures on it.
I understand that. So it shouldn't come to us until it's been vetted by you and the city attorney, right? So why is it shouldn't be before us, right?
I can't answer that question.
But if you haven't vetted us, if you haven't vetted it and said that it's a valid thing and we approve it, you have to pay it, right?
Right.
So if you have objections to it after you see the invoice, or actually you probably won't even look at it after we've approved it, right?
I always look at, if a change order like this, I will look at and approve.
Okay. I mean, just to me, like, we get an invoice and like nobody checks it over and we just approve it, and like, to me, there should be a little bit of a checks and balances of, did they actually
we do have
expend extra labor?
There are people that, I'll go through a couple levels of approval before it gets paid. That's true for all our invoices.
Okay. I would like it to go through those levels of approval before it comes to us. To me, this is way putting the cart before the horse.
I will talk to the auditors tomorrow, find out.
I mean, to me, talk to them and why we're just now getting a 24 audit invoice when they're well into almost completing 25, right?
Right.
So they're going to complain about us being screwed up. Why do we get an invoice a year after they've done the damn work?
I can ask the question.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to leave this here.
There's a motion on the floor to leave resolution 260111 here in finance. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis
She's in the back.
is not in. 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260111, which is the change order for Raymond Robinson LLC 2024 audit, is staying here in committee.
Okay, our next resolution is 260113, a contract with Trio Paint, general contractor services. I'll entertain a motion. Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we move resolution 260113 to council.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in this 1st ward, to send 260113 to council. I'm gonna ask you please to keep it down over there. Thank you very much. Any discussion in the first round? Go ahead. Is there anyone who can speak to the contract for Trio Paint? Here comes Lee.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see, I knew Lee was here.
Hey, Lee, can you tell me, I didn't see you back there, I would have called you. What exactly they're doing and this is just for Haskell?
Yes. Basically, we're remodeling, I mean, you probably got the list of everything we're doing, correct? I mean, we're doing everything over there. It's basically PALs for the kids. But we're redoing the main office, the learning center, the bathrooms, basement. We're basically redoing that building over there.
I don't see the list that you're talking about. Is it?
They should have, yeah.
Oh, the handwritten one. Okay. All right, main office.
Yep.
What is that in print? What word is that in? What?
Yes.
No.
That's the officer spans in there.
Oh, okay.
That's the main office when you go up the steps to the right.
So, are they new floors, new wall, or new ceilings and paint, obviously?
Yep. Taking all the 2x4 tiles out and putting 2x2s in.
What are they doing in the gym?
Pardon me?
What are they doing in the gym?
Basically, we're going to be doing the walls in the gym. The gym floor's been done. We did that. So we're doing the walls and the ceiling.
Just a new coat of paint or what?
It's going to, well, yeah, I mean, we have to fill it in and, redo it as far as redoing, because there's some brick showing, and I mean, we really got to tear it all down, scrape it, and pretty much redo the whole walls and everything, because the roof was leaking, so we had a lot of.
Did we already approved the roof to be fixed?
Correct.
Right?
They're supposed to be. We got some materials on site today. They're supposed to be starting next week, due on the rain or the weather.
So are they going to complete the roof before we start on this?
Yes, they're doing this like a 4-phase for the roof. They're doing the first phase over the gym.
Okay.
That's what's getting done now, and then we'll be doing the rest of it. That'll be coming up as well.
Any new light fixtures or anything like
Yes,
that?
all LED lights in the whole building.
You said all LED lights?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that part of this contract?
No, it is not.
Is that?
I already had that done. I did that.
What's that?
I already did that.
We already did that?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
All the LED lights were done through Weinstein Electric.
Okay. Nothing on the exterior of the building?
We did that as well. It's been painted. We did that last summer.
What
Painted.
about the parking lot? Nothing?
The parking lot was done in-house. We might have to do some work on it, but it was done last summer.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Hey, Lee.
Hey, how you doing?
So this is going to cover, this is a lot. They're going to do all of this for 300,000?
No, actually, it's 150.
150, so of the handwritten, because it's a lot of pages.
Yes.
So they're going to do main office, learning center, cafeteria, entry and main hall, girls' bathroom, number 6, boys' bath, gym, basement. That's where the computer center was.
Correct.
And the pool tables.
Correct.
And then what is miscellaneous for 23,425?
Well, because we have ran into different, if we run into asbestos or lead paint or whatever we do, we don't know. I mean, we don't know.
This building is old, and this
Correct.
looks like a complete change. There will be a change order with this coming, guaranteed.
Yes.
Yeah, there's going to be, because this is a lot, and the age of that building, yes, it is needed. Yes, our children need a place to go. Yes, this is where PAL is at, but this is a lot, and this is 150,000.
Correct.
And what did I just see? 300,000 on
That
the
was-
staff review?
That was everything together with that company throughout the whole city for the 300's cumulative.
So that includes, the 300 includes what other?
The 150 is just for Haskell. The
And
rest
the
of it's
other
already,
150 is for what?
that was already spent. That's
That's
what,
already spent?
yes. I mean, that's what we've done in different buildings and different places. That is
So
not,
you're gonna run into asbestos and everything else in this building. And so how did you come up with 23,425? Was that bidded out?
no, that, we don't know if we're gonna run into it or not. I mean, that was just kind of a.
I mean, come on, the age of the building is what, 100 years old?
Yep.
So with the 100 years old, we know we're gonna come into that. And especially, are they doing anything with the pool or
No.
still using it for storage?
Correct. Yep.
Because swimming was a big thing for the kids. I think, did someone take all the mechanical from the pool? From the pool, 'cause I know none of the mechanical, where I think it's missing, the
No,
mechanicals.
it's down there. We have, everything's there to do the pool.
Oh, I saw it. I didn't see the mechanicals. I've been through there.
Yep. It's
They
there.
said the mechanicals
It's
was,
behind the wall there. You gotta go through a door and it's like tunnel, there's a tunnel that goes all the way around the pool,
okay.
underground, basically.
Was there ever an estimate to see for the pool?
We did, it was quite a few years ago. We did do an estimate.
I didn't hear you.
We did. It was quite a few years ago. I mean, I don't remember what the numbers were, but it was,
Excuse me.
it was quite a bit.
Please, you are interfering with business. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, because that's something I would have liked to have seen, because we, in that area, in that center has served, it has served for years, the community. And children like to swim. We need to have them further engaged. I would have liked to have seen something for swimming, because now we're paying to have children to go swim at the Y for the PAL program. And it'd be kind of nice to have one facility, facility where you can come get everything
Correct.
done. I know my daughter used to go when she was doing, I did lock-ins there with her ballet group.
Yeah.
She went to, oh gosh, Burston. Burston didn't have the pool, but they would do the lock-ins over there, and they would swim.
Right.
And I would like to see a fully operational recreation area for the children. This is something that I support. And I supported when we gave Chief Green $250,000 for PAL centers. Any of that going on here?
I believe it is. I don't know what his numbers
What
are.
is the total cost of renovation of this building so far?
Basically, that was out of my, I put it in my budget to do that. So
So how much has been in your budget? How much?
I'd have to look that up for Weinstein and everything. I'd have to.
Yeah, because
get
it looked
that
like
number.
it's being piecemealed together slowly.
Yeah.
Instead of just having it, where it's coming to council to where we can see how much it really costs. We're gonna get a second round, but Mr. Moore, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Moore, if you can take a look at this and to see and then find out how much has been paid for the Haskell Center, because they also have the soccer field out there. How much was the soccer field? Was that in your budget, Lee?
No.
They had the excavation of the land. We now got cement barriers. I would like to know the total cost of this project, because it's being piecemealed together to where council doesn't know the total cost.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Lee, do you know, I hear that we're talking about the additions and the upgrades and stuff. So can you tell me a little bit about the planning? Were you at the table with the planning of these things?
Yeah, some of it. Yep. It was, we did a lot of it together. There was a couple other people that was involved in it.
Now, when you say we, who was we? Because it sits right there in the heart of the second ward. And I have no clue what's happening. Only thing I know is that the football field was laid, and I went to a dedication to the International Academy of Flint. They dedicated that to the football team. And then I know I heard that the football turf that they laid was the wrong kind of turf. So just wondering again, so who's at the table to planning?
Actually, it's not turf, it's grass. We didn't do turf on it.
Oh,
It's
I'm
grass.
sorry. What?
I'm just saying it's grass, and it was, as far as I know, that's what would be used on that. It would be the grass, unless you use the turf, and we didn't go turf, we went with grass.
Okay. Well, great point. So, so thank you for the correction. So I know I was told that was the wrong kind by someone that specialized in that. If we're gonna dedicate something to somebody, at least do it right. Yeah.
Right,
so that's why I'm shrugging my
yeah,
shoulder. So
I'm not an expert on it.
So who was responsible for? I just want to know who's at the table in terms of coming up with this, because Councilwoman Burns, she had a point. I know I wanted to see Imagination Playground. So it's great that we're having these upgrades, but it's unfortunate that we have no say. And that the residents, they reached out to me as well. I know this has nothing to do with you, you're just doing the work.
Right.
But I'm just stating it for the record. The residents expressed, the neighborhood association expressed that they had no say on what's going on there. Because I know at first they were saying that it was going to be an ice skating rink.
That was brought up,
Right, yeah.
but yeah.
You're right. So again, just wanted to get an understanding of who's behind, or what team is behind brainstorming these ideas for this historical center? Because the residents are not. Go ahead.
Right, I didn't, like I said, I didn't have nothing to do with the residents
You didn't have, okay, yeah, so that's the grass. So again, so who was at the table? So you?
Yep, it was, I was at it. It was actually Span, Officer Span was part of it.
Mhm.
And the chief of police was part of it. I mean, and that was about everybody I know that was there.
So just 3 people decide making these big changes?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much, Lee.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So Lee, I would like to see the planning. I would like to see the plans. And, it would be nice if council was invited to the things that the mayor acts like he paid out of his personal checking account. We need to be invited to these things. And I agree with Councilwoman Lewis that, Imagination Station, we need to make sure, who was at the table, who was in the planning. And basically, these come up here, these resolutions, they're not ours. We're not a part of the process. We don't know who's making a decision. It doesn't have the total cost of the project. It doesn't have the project plans. It doesn't have the scope of the project. And they're just sitting up here it go. And then, no offense, Lee, I know you're a contractor, you do great work because you did that. But we have a handwritten,
Yep.
So if we could get, what is the project? What are we doing? Because that's a big building.
Right.
And it has a lower level in addition. And then the exterior, because it sits on the edge of a park. And I believe that park we play, I don't play, they play baseball in that park now. And it's a big thing now since they aren't at Burston anymore. So I would like to say, I'm not voting on this tonight until we get all of this. I'm not. We are entitled to all the documents, and they are not the crypt keepers of the secrets of what's happening in the city, because this is about kids. I don't have to like you to support this. This is about our kids and making sure they have things to do in the city that will keep them out of trouble. So if the computer labs, is that going to be another part where the funding for the computers, I would like to have seen a bid go out for the pool, because we know that the kids swim. We know because the classes we don't have enough classes to fill up the people. And another thing, kids love cooking. I didn't think that the culinary. I shared it. It got like 500 or 600 shares for culinary. Something should have been when Councilwoman Lewis states about, the input. Maybe we could have had a kitchen. Kids don't have home economics starting in middle school or high school. Culinary is important. And so we should have had a place at the table, but we now don't have these 5 votes. And I'm glad we don't, that they're not solidified and just gold anymore, because now we can work for the people, which we should have been. And so I would like to see the entire scope of the project, any and all plans of the project, any expenditures, anything that was spent. I want to know how much that soccer field cost. I want to know the new electrical. I want to know the roof. I want to know, and for me and all my colleagues, because this is for our entire community. And then we want to be invited to the ribbon cutting.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. For
Councilwoman
second round.
Burns, are you insinuating that folks weren't always working for the people when you said that?
What do you mean, folks working for the people?
You said
Not
now
you.
we can
No,
finally
not you.
work. Oh,
Not
okay.
you. I didn't say
Okay.
my colleagues in
Okay.
that part.
I got
We don't
you.
have those 5 votes. We now can all work for people together. This is good.
I got you.
I'm loving this.
I just wanted time on the floor to mess with Councilwoman Burns. I yield.
Thank you. Any
Madam
other?
Chair.
Go ahead.
So Lee, let me put this on the record before I'm called a terrorist. I 100% support this. And if it wasn't coming out of ARPA, I would be a yes vote tonight. But until they can tell it, because Mr. Moore left, I guess, this is coming out of 101 ARPA, and I want to make sure that we are spending every dollar out of the 287 ARPA. And until we can determine that, because if we have extra dollars in the 287 ARPA that we can't get rid of, why are we spending it out of the 101 ARPA that doesn't have timeline or anything else? So, and according to Mr. I will.
Jay.
Mr. Moore said that we have $6 million, and I want to make sure that some of that $6 million isn't part of other programs that we can't spend, because I know we have extra money that we didn't spend in council chambers that is part of that 287 ARPA. So can't we take some of that allotment and put towards this instead of the 101 ARPA? So until we get ARPA questions answered, I'm just not going to support anything that's coming out of the ARPA or tag for ARPA. So I do want this program, I do want all of this renovation to happen, but I think we got to get our house in order on the financial to make sure that we're not going to spend money out of the 101 ARPA, and then in the end, we had money in the 287, and we end up spending or sending it back to the federal government. So I'm going to make a motion to leave this here
Yeah, it happened.
with more conversations, but you will have support, but I want to make sure that we're not spending money out of the wrong account. So I'm going to make a motion to leave it here in Finance Committee, and I so move.
So there's a motion on the floor by the councilman
Support.
in the 8th Ward to leave resolution 260113 in finance. It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. This is the vote to leave 260113 in finance.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Leave it here.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Vote, Madam.
What's that?
Madam Secretary. Supported by multiples. I'll call Mr. Councilman in the 1st Ward.
You said a name that didn't match a ward.
1st Ward, I said. Didn't I say Councilman in the 1st Ward?
No, you said Jared and then you said Councilman in the 3rd ward.
Oh. Okay, Councilman in the 1st Ward supported it.
All good?
Oh, we're done. I'm sorry.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jared?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 8:47 PM. Okay.
No, you're fine. I'll make sure I take it. No.
I'm just gonna get my nails done now. How are you? Oh, we got this last meeting. Are you not feeling well? How's your Paula?
If there's anyone that hasn't signed up yet to speak, the box is in the back. Anybody wishing to speak that hasn't signed up? Okay. All right, the box is going to get picked up and we're going to start a couple minutes early. One, two, three, four.
I'll get you one. You look nice in pink. So 41 pages. Yes, I did. Yeah, that was me being petty.
Okay, 8:52, I bring Government Operations Committee to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Al-Amin's not in. Dr. Lewis
Not in.
is not in. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present under duress.
Mr. Jarrett's not in. We have 5 members
Okay.
present.
We have 5 members present, the bare minimum. You're
We're fine, go ahead, I'm still in the chambers.
yeah, but we have to be at recess unless you're out there. Reading of the disorderly person subsection, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 31-10 RL. Assault and battering disorderly persons will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of the meeting will be given 1 warning. Ms. Burns? If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Request for agenda changes. Anyone? Agenda changes? Hearing none, we're on public comment. Madam Clerk, first public speaker.
First public speaker, R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, about these arsonist stuff in Flint, chief of firemen accusing us, we the people, of arsony, and he's the biggest arsony in this city. Him and Chief Green, like he was in the Dome 2 days ago, talking that stuff, he got 3 ambulances, and they're getting paid more than he is in salary, but he don't want to call it salary. And in Northern High School, he said next time it burned, matter of fact, it caught a fire, and he put some blockage up there. He gonna let it burn because the people's on the outskirts of the city, they charge we the people in Flint a bill because he done turned himself into an arsonist and don't even know it. He done put his foot in his mouth and study talking stuff, him and Chief Green. That's what he should be like Richard Dix when he got it. Richard Dix handled the whole city, police department, fire department at the same time, and what is his name? The chief, he's just a prankster. I'm talking about et cetera, yeah, all the time, and everything you do, but the money for Maid Center, we gotta give it up, or else they gonna send it back to the FBI and don't want us to have the dividends off the interest. It's because they scared to spend it, like the Board of Education sending them $25 million back, didn't know what to do with it, talking about they didn't know. How could they get so dumb? Sending our money back and we ain't saying nothing. And the Fifth Ward, the only one talking about it, talking about you ought to ask the real master, like Ms. Byrne wrote a letter up there, but they said, we the people ought to, and nobody, I think, they're probably in here now. They're going to come up and speak on it after I get through with my minutes addressing the whole world after Donald Trump addressed Flint and went on, and he's still addressing the whole world, and nobody else, the Pentagon ain't doing nothing because Israel is on the side and taking it to the bridge like them cartels took it to Brooklyn, New York, and Trump neighborhood and hit that ship, hit Brooklyn Bridge, and all of them got up, and it's still, and nobody's saying nothing about it because the dude from the Middle East running New York think he's getting away with something, the camel jockey, mayor, hello, and Tarzan, how about that? Talking that, stay tuned, America, and the popo gonna still getting there, and ombudsman, they doing that stuff because they think all that crap, they know who's killing people, but they don't want to arrest them. Hey, I would like to affirm this message.
Next public speaker is Derell Brown. Next public speaker is Maryanne Jameson.
Not here.
Next public speaker is David Garden. Next public speaker is James Holland Sr. Next public speaker is Sarah Houston. Next public speaker is Mari Kofi. Next public speaker is Roy Fields. Next public speaker is Gloria Robinson. Next public speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy. You good? Next public speaker is Martha Rankins. Next public speaker is Tanya Jones.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Jones. I'll be advocating for my son, a part of the opioid crisis. I'm here tonight about the homeless. I want to start off saying a couple of lives was lost, and as let me slow down. First of all, I love Ms. Beverly Biggs for cooking the food and taught me how to cook it. But the Color of Law, I'm thankful that they started the group and got me going out there. And it's one guy that I know comes out all the time named Joshua. And we're still looking for him. And there's another lady that we call her Kat. And when we first went out, Miss Tanya Burns went out with us, and I'm looking for her picture if I can post it, because we got to know them personally. They just not homeless, they like family, they're more like friends, and they come out. And another thing that I just felt like I just knew it was gonna happen just because they don't have nowhere to go. It's one guy named Richard. He reached out and he said he wanted a job. Today when we went out to feed him, he came with his ID and his social security card. So he want to work, he want to be housed. So if the mayor hear me, and I know the guy, he's at Center of Hope, his name is Richard. I would thought Leon would be here because he got 150 other opioid crisis money. And Ladale, if LaShawn, or if any of y'all know that, this guy want to work. He want to be housed. He'll pay for a room. He's capable of working. And he's the one that he was in the house fire. He the one made it out. And it's a black guy, and he's 42 years old, and he do want to work, and he just fell on hard times. So I'm just speaking and tell you guys, these people, they do matter. And if we all just come together, I never want to run. Y'all, thank y'all for what y'all do, because I would not even never want to be in y'all seats. So I respect what y'all do. When I first came here, I was aggressive and, mad. Like I was the angry black woman because my son is out here. He's sick, and it's going to be something I'm going to have to deal with the rest of my life. So I'm not in denial of that. But if you guys can come together, make sure y'all vote, and, we all can come together. But this guy, he do want to work, and he is one of the person that survived out the house. So you guys have a good night. Take care.
Next public speaker is Michelle Turner.
Okay. My name is Michelle Turner. I don't even know how to do this because of some things I think I need to make mention of that happened on the floor today because of your supporters, Ms. Burns. I was told I couldn't even sit back there. I was on the wrong side. And you went to go check on them, but you didn't see how I was feeling. Okay. So I feel like we see you heckling your people. And you who studied psychology, you merited that and went over there and sat with them and laughed with them and talked with them. I would never vote for somebody like that. I said that. Michelle Turner, I said that. And thank you. I'm not the only one who feels that way. I remember 2 years ago, I said if this city didn't turn around, that I was going to protest and you need to rename it and split it up. And then I saw Ms. Burns at La Familia's, and she talked to me and said, don't do that. And I honored what she said. And Ms. Jenkins, she was supposed to give me a card or something and speak with me. And Ms. Jenkins had to stop you from leaving. There was the restaurant was full. We still talk about it. So I have watched you guys work really hard. You are a hard worker. You're a very hard worker. All of you work hard. And Ms. Johnson, welcome aboard. I cannot do what you do. I don't even want a seat up there. Oh my God. Seats will be opening up. That is a hard seat to sit in. All I'm saying is, ladies and gentlemen, from 2 years ago on Out of the Mud podcast, incredible people. 2 years ago when I was paying out my pocket, and yes, I'm going to say this because you got some hecklers that are just really disturbing. Taking 30 people to the Pistons game. Volunteering at the YWCM, the only one allowed in there.
Thank you. Is there any more public speakers, Madam?
Last public speaker is
Black people,
April Stone.
That's pitiful.
Hi, my name is April Stone. I came here to speak about the finance thing y'all was talking about the other day. I have an issue.
Madam,
with-
can you speak into the microphone for us?
I have an issue with the water. And so I was told that 0.02 was the highest percentage rate of the water for the chlorine in the water, and mine was 0.07, and that was carcinogenic. Well, I called after I had the problem in December with the water meter, and I was told that this Lansing gave the water company permission, or the EPA permission, to have the percentage up to 6.5. If 0.07 is too high and it's cancer causing, then 6.5 got to be ridiculously high and giving everybody something wrong with the water in the city of Flint. I don't know, it's from Governor Whitmer or, well, I guess it is from Governor Whitmer, what the lady said, but they don't care about the people's lives in the city of Flint. And it's not just lead, the chlorine is making people sick. I also have an issue with, I got an issue with that, and y'all want to talk about doing something with the money. If y'all want to do something with the money, put some water correction machines in people's houses. And people came out, they told me about my water. It cost $7,000 to put this machine in, and then I got to pay for it monthly. So if y'all can't figure out nothing to do with the money, the ARPA funds, or whatever this money is, y'all trying to figure out what to do with, put some the machines, water machines, whatever they call it, Culligan Man or whatever, put these machines in people's house that they can have decent water, because the water is tearing me up. It's tearing my hands up, my breathing up, and everything. Also, I wanted to talk about, I just basically want to talk about the ARPA fund money. If y'all can't figure out what to do with it, do something for the people, the owners. Because, I mean, oh yeah, it's the other thing I want to say something about. This lady bought a house from Land Bank. Oh, shoot. And she done got all kind of grants, and now she done got it fixed up, and now she ready to sell it. I've been in my house 32 years and can't get no money.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, that was it, okay? Public comment is now closed, and we're on to council response. Any member of council wish to respond to the public speakers?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman, the second word.
Thank you. I received this correspondence, and I just want to put it on the record that I received it. It's from Mr. Anthony, a resident of Stewart Street, and he sent this April the 6th. It says, number one, City Council vote for full-time pay this cycle. Reasoning, citizens are demanding more from City Council more than ever, and it's time for our City Council to be paid full-time to do full-time work. And this is from Mr. Anthony Allen. So I just wanted to respectfully acknowledge Mr. Anthony Allen's response on record and say I definitely echo the sentiment, because this is a part-time position that requires full-time work. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Any other council member wish to?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Thank you. And Ms. Stone, I think that would be a good idea to make sure we do something with the people as opposed to giving the money back. I agree. And to the lady who stayed, she didn't want to hear it. I don't even know her. That was just bizarre to me. And La Familia in the taco house, I don't even know who Ms. Jenkins is. I really don't. But anyone, you can contact me. I will call you back. She has not contacted me. I don't know her. That was just bizarre. So if anyone needs to contact, because I don't care where you call from, I'm going to take your call. And most often it takes me less time to take care of the issue than it does to send an email, to send it to another council member or to another department. That's just, we're here to serve, and that's it. And the Taco House issue, that's nuts. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Any other council person wish to address public comments? Seeing none, we are on to the consent agenda. There's one item, and I'm going to separate it so we can go on to that. I will take a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Seventh Ward councilperson.
I make a motion to move 260107 to council.
There's a motion to send the appointment to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Any discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the Sixth Ward.
Thank you. I know this is for Dylan Luna, who serves on the Flint board and has worked in our community. And I know our council meetings, we don't have times where we go over, but it would still be kind of nice. I know Dylan, but everyone may not know Dylan Luna and what he does, to put a face with the name. And I think we have gotten so far apart from where people would come on who was to be appointed on the board, so that the community would know who they are. He does a lot of work in the community, working, he worked with I think with MEDC. He serves on the Flint School Board, and he worked for the chamber. But it's nice to have a conversation with the people that we're appointing. And we have gotten away from a lot of things that have been the normal practice of council, to where we don't do that anymore. And so I wish he was here so that he could present himself, because he presents very well, but he could present himself to the community, because this is a very important board that he will be on. So I yield the floor.
Okay, anyone else in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman
so
Seventh
obviously
Ward.
this is filling a Seventh Ward seat, which is currently vacant. This was absolutely my suggested appointment, because as Councilwoman Burns said, he is a very active member in our community, someone who does understand not only economic development, but planning very well. And so I think that what others have to understand is, when I give suggestions or want to appoint to a board, I'm very intentional to make sure that they have the skill set needed to be on the boards, and that they will show up at meetings. And so, again, Mr. Luna has a track record not only of working in the city and making sure and trying to ensure that our city is better, but also a proven attendance record as well. So I will be voting today to move this forward. I yield.
Okay, anyone else in the first round? Seeing none, I will take my time. I too know Dylan or Mr. Luna. My only, and I have no issues with him whatsoever. My only concern is possible conflicts. But he is actually works for the state to bring business here, and now he's going to approve the zoning potentially for a business that he brings in. I think that's a conflict. That's a conflict, as like he's literally going to potentially promise a business something for the state and then say, okay, and I'm just going through scenarios. He's going to promise something that come through, and then he's going to have the ability to approve that. That to me is a potential conflict. And I think that the attorney's office should look into that to see if that's a conflict, working for the economic development of the state, promising whatever person to come to Flint or to come to the thing, and then he's going to have the ability to approve that and speak on that. And even though it's like, that's a little gray to me. So I just worry about the conflict, because if he approves something, is it that something that came from his work in the state, or is he approving it for the benefit of the city? That's what I worry about. And I'm not saying that they're two different things potentially, but I think that there could be some kind of crossover. And I think that the planning commission should be independent and look at those objectively. And I'm not sure that that's possible if your job is to potentially bring them before the city. That's my concern. And I don't know how to maybe explain that better, but to me, I think that there, and I'm not saying that there is, but I think that somebody should look at that in depth. And maybe he has to, there has to be something that he has to potentially disclose every project or every person that he's working with before it comes before the city. And I don't want it to come before the city planning commission and say, oh, by the way, I brought them here. Like at that point, it's already too late.
That's a valid concern, but it was vetted. But if you'd like to move it to special affairs so we can have our attorney render an opinion, I'm fine with that.
I mean, I don't know that special affairs is. Madam Attorney, can we get an opinion on this before Monday?
I mean, you just don't move it if you don't get the opinion.
What's that?
Then you just leave it in special affairs if you don't get the opinion.
Okay. I mean, does anybody else have any comments before like I said, I like Dylan and I think he'll do a great job, but I just worry about the conflicts. And
No, I think that's fair.
so. Okay. Does anybody else have a comment? If not, I'll make a motion to send it to special affairs. All right, I make a motion to send it to special affairs.
Support. That's you. You still got to talk.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking. Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call to move 260107 to special affairs.
Mr. Alamin's not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
That's 5 yes, 0 no?
5 yes, 0 no. That'll move to special affairs. On to the special order discussion. I'm just gonna, what's that? Okay. Then we will move into the special order. Can the administration, whoever's here to speak on that,
How many minutes would we like to set the timer for?
you can put it at 5 for now and we'll change it. Put it at 50 minutes. 5-0. 1 hour and 50 minutes.
That part.
When you guys come up to the microphone, could you just state your name and the title just so that people watching can know who's talking, please?
Hello, how you doing? Michael Carpenter, Program Director of the Lead-Based Paint Housing Control.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Kirill Caden, Program Assistant Manager of the Lead-Based Hazard Control Program.
Thank you. I'll start it off and let my colleagues, if they want to talk about it. So we've heard several complaints about the contractors that we're using for the lead-based paint program. How are they, there's a two-part question. How are they vetted? And who actually checks on the quality of work that they perform? Whoever wants to answer that.
So they're vetted through the city and the state. So we check their licenses. We check LARA, L-A-R-A. We check them, make sure that everything is good. We check the city, make sure that they are in compliance with federal and local laws, and make sure they're not delinquent on any taxes or any fees that's owed to the state.
So are they, are they vetted? Do they have builder's licenses? Like, what certifications do they have other than that their business is in good standing?
They have a lead certification and they have a lead firm.
So, and I'm not familiar with that. So can you tell me, is that they're licensed to remove the lead? Or are they, like, because to me, there's a removing the lead and then there's fixing whatever that they removed. And I think that's the majority of the problem, is the fixing the problem or repairing the problem after they've removed the lead or abated the lead, however that process is. I think I've seen a lot of pictures where it looks like very substandard repair work. So if they're licensed to remove, I mean, are they removing the lead or what are they doing? What's that?
So the process with the lead-based paint hazard control is we removing hazards that is a lead presence in the home. So if there's a deteriorated lead in the home, we are coming in and removing that lead. Now, if it's intact, you can still have lead in the home, but with this program, we are not required to remove it if it's intact.
Okay, so they're removing lead, and they're also, my question is, are they, what licenses or what qualifications do they have to repair after they removed?
The license that they have will be carpentry, drywall, which isn't a required license, carpentry, drywall, and painting.
It is for residential. You're supposed to be, any work for residential, there is a builder's license that they're supposed to have to do repairs or whatever else, especially working for a state entity. They should have a builder's license or a builder alteration license to do the repair, right?
Repair on what?
When they the repair on the lead that they're taking out.
Okay, so
I understand that, like, they're removing the lead, and that's what that's what their license is for. And to my knowledge, it's the repair that we have a lot of issues with. So I'm asking,
it's the cosmetics that we having issues with. It's the finishing touches. So the caulk, the paint, the finishing touches is not the actual install of the windows or the install of the doors. They also are working perfectly fine. There's no hazard. There's no problem. They open and closing perfectly fine. It's just the cosmetics. It doesn't look pleasingly aesthetic to the homeowner.
So, and we're fine as a city with it not being?
No.
Okay.
Never said that.
Okay. So let's go back to my second part of my first question. Who is verifying the work that is completed and if it's completed to our standards?
The state and our office, the city of Flint and the state of Michigan.
So who from our office went out to look at some of these properties and seen the cosmetic flaws, I'll call them cosmetic flaws, and said, that's good?
For the lead program, I and the state approved and okayed because it was cleared of lead. This is a lead program where we come in and abate lead of the homes for kids under the age of 6.
No, I understand that. So you've seen the cosmetic flaws that we've all seen, and you signed off on it and said that that's okay.
I said that our job for the program was complete. Now, once we complete that, we can have the contractor come back in and fix any problems that may arise that the homeowner may have. But the initial thesis of the program is abating lead of the homes.
No, I understand that. That's the goal of it, but I don't want to leave, and we shouldn't want to leave the customer or the resident in something that is, people live there. It should be aesthetically brought up to some kind of standard. So if Is it in the, because I don't think it's in the budget to have somebody come back and fix the previous contractor's work.
No.
So are we not holding the previous or is it not in their contract to make it any kind of, like, is it not in their contract to have it aesthetically correct?
So in the contract, what it says is minimum repair is called for when we're replacing any lead hazards in a home. So once the contractor does his work, our office comes in and look at the work that was done. If it's not up to our part with the city, with Kirel, with Shelly and Ed, we'll come out and do what we need to do to try to fix whatever problems that the homeowner may have. But the whole program is just removing lead hazards from the home, and it said minimum repair.
So what budget does that expanded scope come out of? Because if it's not part of the lead-based program, what dollar and how does that work into the budget of the contractor that you send back to repair stuff?
We have to come up with the money. So 9 times out of 10, half of the time that I have contractors going back out working on another contractor's work, they either doing it on good faith or they just helping the city of Flint out. Or we have to come up with the budget to pay that contractor. Because everything has to get approved through city council. So if that contractor was awarded that home through city council to do that work on there, he has to do the work. If the work isn't done up to the standards of the city or the homeowner, once the work is completed for that contract, we can contract another contractor to come out there to do certain work to fix any problem.
Okay, so is it communicated to anyone that's, any of the residents that's getting this work done, that the work is going to potentially look aesthetically horrible, and if it is, then we're going to hire somebody else to come back and fix it? Is that ever been communicated to residents before the project starts? Like, are they told that they're going to take it out and they're going to do the absolute minimum once they take it out, to do the absolute minimum after they take it out?
So that's what my guideline says, but in my office, we try to do the absolute best. I try to go above and beyond what needs to be done to get the home cleared. So if it says minimum, but if I'm looking at the windows and the windows to me needs to be replaced, I'll replace it. But with HUD would like for me to just scrape and paint it.
Okay.
So y'all keeping y'all same windows. I'm trying to put it to the point where if I have anybody in my program, I'm replacing it with new. I don't want to do anything used or hand-me-down.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
Brand new.
I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just trying to get to the baseline of what the resident is expecting and versus what they're getting. Like, are we having any upfront conversations with them saying, okay, we're going to replace your window, but it's going to look like this instead of a potentially finished product of a renovation? That's what I'm just trying to get at. Like, are we having any of those upfront conversations of, we're going to replace the window, but the trim might not be caulked or it might not be painted right? Like, are we having those type of conversations?
So this is still a growing program. So as we move forward, we are adding more rules, stipulations. But yes, we do have a video that we do show all homeowners, but it's not in that detail. So we do have a video that we show all homeowners. It's called a participation agreement, where we have an agreement where all homeowners come down. Normally it's in a dome where we show a video and I go over exactly what needs to be done and will be done for your home. It's not a repair program, and I say that multiple times. It's not a home repair program. This is a lead abatement program.
And I think that's honest, and I'm glad that you said that. I think that is part of the confusion. I think that it's not, maybe, and can we get a copy of that video to see what it is? Like, can you email that video or whatever?
Yeah.
I think that people have a different expectation of what they're supposed to be getting, and then they're not getting that, and then we're hearing the backside of that. So
So it's two different things. So we have the Flint program, and then we have the state program. The state program basically has a blank check. They can do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. With the Flint program, all we can do is lead. If it doesn't come back as lead, I can't do it. Now, I have a gray area where I can try to stretch it to make things happen for the city of Flint, but me trying to do that is hindering me because none of the residents seem like it's beneficial to them.
Can you expand on that for me a little bit? Give me an example, please.
An example is I had a resident that had a garage that needed to be teared down. We tore it down because it was a lead hazard, but it was in deplorable conditions. So with HUD reasoning, with their definition, if it's the deplorable conditions and no kids is residing in no garage,
Yeah,
you tear it down.
Why would we touch a garage that
Because
wasn't?
it has lead hazards on the property.
Oh, it's not the residence, it's entire property?
We test the property for lead. So that's the garage, that's the house, that's the soil, that's the gate, that's the outside of the house. We test the property for lead. So when we test the property for lead, because again, kids, they play on the property. So they may play around the garage, they may play around the gate, they may play around the doghouse. So we test the property, we test the soil.
Now you're saying is that the Flint program or the state program?
This is both. Both of them test everything. But with the Flint program, we only can abate or interim controls lead hazards. With the state program, if they see that you have a missing side on your house, they can probably reside your whole house.
To me, that doesn't make sense why we would go outside of the residence. Like, why are we just me thinking out loud? I don't know why we would.
I mean, because some lead paint normally was used for outside purposes because of the duration of how long it lasts. So normally paint is on the outside of houses or windows or doors. So
how do we not have a stipulation that it's only the residents? Like, to me, we shouldn't, like, if they have a shed out back, we shouldn't be going out and testing the shed. That doesn't make sense. But I guess whatever the program funds, but and I think that maybe, are we mandating that if they're part of this program that they come down to watch this video or no?
Yeah, mandatory. Mandatory, signature and everything.
In this, because honestly, I think that if the expectations were that they're going to take out, and I'm going to take out a window or a door, it's going to be repaired to look brand new and everything else. And I think that that's part of the confusion in the expectations of everybody. So I don't know how we can address that better. Just so, because, if you come in and remove a window and say, hey, I'm only removing the window, I'm not fixing the trim, I'm not fixing the wall because there's no lead in it, you're going to be responsible, or you got to go to another thing. I think that is, as a resident, that's what was told to me and that's what I expect. But it seems that residents are expecting something else. So I'm just trying to figure out where that confusion is.
That's with the state program and the city program.
Gloria, can you add 15 more minutes to the timer? So you said, and are the residents being told which program they're being funded from?
Everybody that comes through my program, I let them know that I got a big brother. Y'all want to go through the state does this. It may take 3 extra years. The state program is from anywhere from 3 to 6 years. I just had a meeting with the state. They said that they reduced that time frame, though. So I don't want to lie on them. They said they reduced that time frame, but it's still, the state does Michigan. We do Flint. So of course they have a longer list than we have, but they have more dollars. They have 2 different grants other than I have. They have the CHIP program and they have the lead program and the Healthy Hoes program. We just have the lead program. So with the lead program, we just come in and debate lead.
Go ahead.
I had the state program. Okay, a lot of the state was the city. I had say, when you see my house, it looks totally different than maybe his program. And a lot of people assume from the state program, okay, and from the city program. Like you said, the state does a little bit more than what the city does. And like I said again, you are on the wait list I was on the wait list for almost 5 years before they even got to my house. Okay? And when they got to my house, they did my house. It's spectacular, right? I ended up where they touched my porch, and my porch was not a color. So that means if they touch one thing on the porch, they have to bring the whole porch across the color, right? So they put the whole entire porch, where they only touch what they do, and that's all they fix. Whatever lid is in, it's exactly what they fix. So somebody may see my house and say, okay, from the state, they think Flint City is the same as the state program. He said it's not. Two different programs. They only offer you minimal, it's a minimal to whatever it is that is contained with the lid, where the state has to bring everything up.
So what possibly can we do better to set the expectations and make sure that, I understand that you show them a video and they sign off on it, but obviously there's some, there's a communication breakdown somewhere. So how and I'm looking at you guys, how do we better communicate these expectations so we don't get the I'm gonna say mishaps or the complaints that we have?
So, how you doing, everybody?
Hello.
Nice to see you all again. So what we're doing, what we're gonna possibly try to do in our next couple of years is to get the Healthy Home Grants again. We used to have it a long time ago, but with the Healthy Home Grant, it'll allow us to do more home repairs to the house, so we'll be able to fix it up better. But we could do a better explanation of what their house would exactly look like. Our video shows them exactly what we do. But you're right, there's nothing that really shows how it might look in the end, I don't think,
Okay.
exactly like it would look in the end. So we're gonna do a better job of, Kirel came up with some more documentation that we can explain to the clients so that, and I'll let him.
And just, I think we just have to be transparent with them that this is not a full repair or a full repair and replace and beautify. It is driven towards safety, and beyond that, it's not on our scope of work. It's, potentially could be back on the resident to fix and get it up to their standards, right?
Correct. And we are not also saying, so we have a resident that we are dealing with now that has complaints, and we didn't turn our back on her. We didn't say, no, we couldn't do this, even though our guidelines say certain things. We are trying to figure out ways so that we could actually come to her home and fix what her problems is. So we're not saying we can't do anything. Me and my office is trying to figure out how we could do things. And at this point, it's coming out of the lead office.
Okay.
We doing it ourselves. So me and Kirel actually ourselves is actually trying to help fix the problems at the homeowner's home, because again, like I said, we talked about, we have to go through a whole nother process to get another contractor in there to do the work. So we're trying to do the work ourselves in office before the contractor can go out there, or we go through the processes of trying to get another contractor out there.
What is this? This is what they sign after. Oh, this is additional one. So this one hasn't been deployed yet? Okay.
So this will be deployed in our new round. The round we're working on now, this is something I created once. I'm only here 6 months. This is my first time here. So 6 months in is something I created because I noticed the need for it. And it's kind of to hold every party accountable, from the city to the resident to the contractor. And if you look at the end of it, it has us basically all signing off on it. So that's also a time where us as the city can check the work that the contractor did do. And at that point, we shouldn't be signing off on something that we don't deem as decent enough. Because I understand what you're saying, and I understand if we go change a new window, it should look just as good as it did or even better, seeing that as a new window, and we understand that. And as a department, we hold ourselves accountable for the contractor's work, although we didn't do it, but now we are implementing the process to make sure we can move better forward and continue to take care of the residents and offer this free program that we have.
I think that first bullet point is the most important one, and I think that's where a lot of the residents potentially are confused. And I'll read it. I understand that this is not a home improvement project, but a lead abatement project designed to make my home safer. I think that right there is the bullet point that clears up a lot of stuff that potentially was miscommunicated or misunderstood. I don't know, whatever the process was. But I think that right there is very important. Okay, before I yield to my colleagues, I just want to do, with the vetting of the contractors, is there anything that, like, do we, and I know the answer, and I'm sure it's no, is there a code of conduct for our contractors that we expect them to live up to? Meaning, I've seen videos where the contractor brought his dog onto the property. Whether or not it went into the house is another story, but why is a contractor bringing a dog onto the property? There's, kids running around. Like, to me, maybe it's never been needed before, but to me, there should be a contractor code of conduct or something that says you're going to you're going to expect it to be act this way. You're expected to, show a badge or something at all times, or wear certain, like the company name or something like that. Or like, there was a lot of unprofessional behavior and discussions on the video that I seen. And I just want to make sure that somehow we address that moving forward, whether it's more vetting, expanded vetting, or coming up with a conduct or code of conduct or something like that. Like, is that something that we are working on or we can work on?
As of right now, we are partnering with the state. So we have.
What does that mean? Can you expand on that?
Again, the state has a bigger program with more people. With our office, we only have 3 people, including me, that's running the program. But something like this, the same way that we run in our office, Detroit has 18 people that's doing the same thing my 3 is doing.
Okay.
The state of Michigan the same way. The state of Michigan has 20 people that's doing the same thing my 3 is doing.
Okay.
So we partner with the state, having the state help us out where they can help vet and double check what's going on. And they're okay with that.
So did the state vet the contractors that I'm speaking of? Because if
they vetted them when they got their license.
So what different is going to happen in the future to make sure that
they more on site, on job? So, okay, so I'm on job sites. My team all has lead licenses now, so they can go on the job site and watch the contractors do their work to make sure that they putting up the containments and putting on the booties and doing what they supposed to be doing. So all my teams is certified now. It was just me. So the state will help out with that, where if I have like 8 contractors, and if they working on 5 jobs, I can't be in 5 places at once.
No, I understand that.
So now I got the state helping me out where they are cross-examining while they doing their work.
So it just, like, if we are understaffed in this program, why aren't we trying to get more staff if we have the funds, or we'll make room for the funds? Because I think this is an important program. Or if we don't, then why are we even having the program if we can't monitor and watch every contractor? To me, then we don't have the manpower to manage it, then we shouldn't do it.
No, I never was saying that. So we have the manpower to do
No,
what we need to
I'm
do.
saying like if you're spread too thin.
We just getting bigger. So as we getting bigger, I just hired an employee, and we got Christina intake coordinator. So we hiring employees. So as we growing, we're growing also. So it's working. I've been here for 8 years. Out of 8 years, I only heard 2 complaints.
You're only what?
2 complaints. I've been here for
Okay.
8 years. Out of 8 years, out of 100 homes that we did, only 2 people has been complaining. That's it. We haven't had any other complaints. So if anybody's saying anything is wrong, now I'll take it away from 2%. I say 5% out of the 100 that we did. Only 5% has a problem.
Okay.
Now with this contractor, we are cutting ties with because this contractor is bringing problems. Now, whether it's his fault, his worker's fault, the homeowner's fault, whatever it is, I have more contractors where we don't have to go.
In the end, it's our fault because, you know, there are contractors.
I mean, we're taking responsibility,
Yeah,
correct.
And I'm just like, circling back, how do we tell a contractor that they're not allowed to do this or not allowed to bring their dog? Like, I understand that, like, contractors don't normally bring dogs to their, and it's probably a one-off, but history's doomed to repeat itself, right? So how do we stop that and make sure that contractors handle themselves according to the professional standards that we expect them to?
Okay.
And this may not be isolated to your group. I think this probably isolated to all the contractors in the city. So,
So just like since I've been working here and been over this department, we have improved on, you know, with how we treat the clients, how the homeowners, about giving them information about what we're doing. We have been doing the same thing with the contractors. Now, that's a good idea. We can make a code of conduct, which I think is a good idea. I just never thought of that one, a code of conduct. But we do meet with them before they go to the site to do the work. And we do walk on the sites with them when they're picking out, you know, where the lead is and what we have to do. But we did not make a code of conduct, and we can do that. But we do have meetings with them, telling them what our expectations are, what the program expectations are. And we have, what you call those, people that go in and check behind them.
Quality control
Yeah,
type
quality
thing.
control people that do that. But we could do a code of conduct of what the city expects out of the contract.
I just think that it's a multi-faceted thing, right? So the work is one thing, but the other things that go around the work, and when you're visible to like that, like, all eyes are on you, right? So I want to make sure that the city protects itself and doesn't get a black eye from some rogue contractor that wants to smoke in the house or have their dog run around or whatever it may be. But those are the instances. So I just want to make sure that we're protecting ourselves and we set expectations for the resident and we set expectations for the contractor, that this is what we expect, and the resident, this is what you should expect as well. So that's all I
I
have.
think we could add a checklist probably to their contracts with a code of conduct that they would probably have to sign before.
However you want to implement it, I just like, just so that we protect ourselves so we don't get this stuff. And now, Madam Clerk, you can add 10 more minutes and I'll yield. Anyone else wish to speak on this?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
thank you. So we did get, and there are more complaints. You got more than 2. The lady on Atherton Road, did you take care of her?
Yes, we're taking care of her on Friday. We already got all of hers.
Okay.
We did a walkthrough at her house, Ed and I.
Okay, and so there are videos where there were children. You're removing lead, and then someone brought their children to a house where she had to give her keys to make sure that we should not be doing.
Yeah, that's cool, but we wasn't removing lead at that time. So it's understandable because I was on the job site at that day. Lead was not disturbed. But I understand what you're saying. Gotcha.
Yeah, well, I want you to have the residents. That is not professional. And we have got her ring, and I don't think that the contractors and yourself were aware of her ring video picked up everything every day that you were there.
Yeah.
And we have the videos, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah, no, we was fully aware. It was 4 cameras there.
Y'all were cussing.
They not there for decoration.
It was everything that was being done.
Yeah.
It like, you don't say, yeah, the cussing on the, you know, the site and the children. And my biggest concern is the children there, whether the lead was abated. I believe the children went into the house.
As long
the
as lead
video.
is not disturbed, it's not a hazard. So children could be on the site as long
Children-
as they doing.
So you take, okay, Mr. Carpenter, I'm going to say this to you. And I know, maybe take a breath, because we're correcting the issues. And part of this letter is to make sure we don't have the same issues again. So a child, I don't care whose child it is, should not be on a site where there is any lead and the job is not signed off of, period. That's what I'm stating. And so no child should be in someone else's house when the homeowner did not sign off for Joey, Susie, Becky, and Kanisha to be in that house. That's recklessly irresponsible. So what I'm saying is tighten up your program. You know, you may know what you're doing, but tighten it up, because we shouldn't have to address it. And it is bad with the complaints and the videos. I don't know, Ms. Sparks Green, if you have them, I will send them to you. Are you over their department?
I've already discussed that with her.
Okay.
So she and I had a discussion a couple of months ago about it. I told her to do the police report because she saw the guy cussing. So we took care of all that. So now we're just going back and tidying up the things that he did wrong. But that contractor is fired. That guy, he will no longer be on any projects that we have.
So there was also one, I think on, was it Copeman Boulevard, another one?
So what you have to realize, Councilwoman Burns, is when people are complaining, they're not necessarily, they don't know the difference between our program and the state. So my doctor's office, the nurse there said that we did her house. And I went and looked up the address. We didn't do her house. The state did. So you have to be careful when you're getting these complaints, whether it's really the state or us.
I am careful, Ms. Sparks Green, but let me finish, please, because I'm serious about this.
Okay.
Yeah, because that one, I'm talking about the videos. I saw him in the video.
Yes.
And so there are other ones. So the other ones, I do need to forward to you the list so that it can be kept in-house. I don't want Flint.
Are you talking other videos from other houses?
No, I'm talking about other people with other complaints. I don't know which program that they're in, and I'll give them to you.
You'd have to give me the addresses. That's the way I could determine.
I'll give you name, address. I'm giving it all to you.
Okay.
So that your department can handle that part. Because I don't want Flint, this is a good program. With the age of Flint, that are most of the home, a lot of the homes would have lead in them. And so I think this is something we have to make sure we're working together on the same page, that if there is a complaint and, you know, we take it, we give it to you. I don't know what's going on with the $20. Another lady said they stole her mother's china.
No.
And I'm like, you know, this is so, and Mr., I hope are you hiring your relatives? Because
no.
Okay, because nepotism was an issue, so I want to make sure.
I need that to be proven. That's slander. So, you know, if somebody's saying that I'm doing something that I'm not doing, I need proof.
Yeah, we already vetted that.
So y'all got proof? Other than that, please quit saying that.
No, I'm saying these are what the complaints are coming in.
Well, I mean, we hearing it a lot. So if y'all got proof, please bring that to us. But y'all slandering my name like I'm doing something wrong, and I'm doing what I need to do to help the city of Flint residents.
You talking about the residents who are making the complaints and sending the videos?
I'm talking about whoever is saying that I'm hiring family. That's all I'm saying. So whoever is saying that, that's all I'm saying. Please show proof.
Okay, well, I don't know if the residents if those people who are complaining, but I will give those to Mrs. Sparks Green. And then, but did you address the two ladies that came in to speak that day?
Yes, the one lady just left. That's the one we're doing on the 9th. The other lady with the garage.
I think that was, you said was a shed or something?
It was a shed that was already really just needed to be demolished in the first place.
Right, because there's.
But the answer, I'm sorry, Councilman Pfeiffer's question is, why do we do the outside? Because.
Oh, no, I understand. It's the property. Yes. It's the parcel number. I completely get that. That is any lead because kids do play outside.
Right.
And that would probably include old swing sets and old stuff that, you know, things that may have, you know, in checking the entire parcel or lot. I completely understand that. So I just want to, I will
be out there to look at her property to see if it's any trash or any residuals left over so that we can get that cleaned up if that's the case. This is the first time I heard of it tonight.
Okay. And then I think Atherton Road stated in this letter to sign off that hers was not signed. Someone signed hers.
That's new.
Yeah,
and we still talking about the same two people, same two residents.
Mr. Carpenter.
So it's like
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me speak to Ms. Green, please.
Okay.
I just want to wrap this part up. So this sign off, we need to make sure that the residents, and I'll send you the ones, Ms. Sparks Green said you'll have them. I don't want to air everything out here because this is a good program.
And I want to make sure we just tighten the program up.
Yes.
I know that you said you're going to be running background checks on the individuals who are, we had
Coming out of the
issue-
program, yes.
Right. And I will send you those that have come forward, because a lot of people don't know if it's the city program or if it's the
Right.
state program. But also, are we sending, is the state showing up at the city ones to inspect now? Was that what I'm hearing, Mr.
No, we
Carson?
have an inspector company that we hire to
Okay.
do our inspections for us.
Okay.
But I think Mike can provide, I'm not sure, if we can give the contact for the city, if you have any complaints for the city, for the state, that they can call.
If we can get that, I mean, but then they don't even really know which program they're in.
Yes, but they'll be able to tell them, and we'll be able to tell them by their address.
Okay, so I'll just pass them along to both of,
Okay.
to make sure both of you.
All
get
right,
it.
we'll take care of it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam, you yield?
I'm done. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
yielding.
Anyone else? Anyone else wish to speak on this discussion item? Hold on one second. This I wholeheartedly support, but this seems to be like a post-install checklist. Like there should be a pre one
it's a
to make
pre.
sure they
That's a
sign
pre.
off pre.
Oh, sorry.
We have one, it's called
That's the
the
pre.
participation agreement. That's when we send the videos. So we have them come into the dump. Keep it there for me, please.
But like, is that first something
Correct, that's
close to
first.
that first bullet point in that initial one?
We go over all of that.
This is free.
No, I know, but does it say that this is not a repair program?
Yeah, that we just put.
No, I'm saying the one that they signed, the pre one, are they, do they sign anything that says this is not a repair program?
Yeah, no, we have, not specifically like that, no, sir. Well, we working on that right
I
now.
would
It's a
say-
living
I
document.
would say do another version of this for a pre. That has a bullet point that says this is not a repair program.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
Mr. Chair, before you.
Yeah.
I do want.
Good.
I do want to address this. Ms. Sparks Green, you've worked in the professional field. I think we need to tighten up our professionalism. I'm being honest. A lot of us are not going to, and especially seniors, it's a different, maybe it's a generational or cultural, but we need to make sure that professionalism is consistent across the board.
Yes.
So maybe we need to learn how to, because the residents and seniors, it's how we talk to them. And so if we can, work on, I think you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
I know you do.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't, so we can get that. And that way, it's how we're communicating with each other.
Yes.
And it's a good program. And we don't want anyone to say, hey, Flint is doing that program terrible, because it's lead chips in some of these homes, and they're not chips. They like the size of a half a piece of toast.
Yep.
And so we need to make sure that we tighten up our professionalism,
Yes.
our language, how we talk, and how we communicate. We got to do that.
Yeah.
Because this is important. I yield the floor.
Okay. Then I will close this discussion item. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Made by Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, supported by 7th Ward.
All right, thank y'all.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett's not in. 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no, 9:57. We are adjourned.
The time is now 9:57 PM on Wednesday, April 8th. I hereby call this legislative committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Alamin's not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett is not in. We have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. It's time for the
Madam
reading of the
Chair.
disorderly. Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support?
Support.
It's moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin is not in. 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. The time is now 9:59 PM on Wednesday, April 8th. I hereby adjourn this legislative committee meeting.